And we're back. Hope you're having a great kickoff to your weekend. 7 p.m., 7:01 actually, Eastern Standard Time. Second round of the NFL draft is kicking in. We'll have some baseball tonight as well. Kind of talk about the first round. Kind of had time to look at that, evaluate a little bit, listen to what some people said. And it is interesting what some of them had to say. Some of them agreed with me. Some of them looked at different things. But we definitely seen. I think a lot of teams feel their needs. Maybe a reach or two. I mentioned that last night. A lot of conversation about the Rams and that that really moving up and getting him, and is that really what they needed to do when normally they wouldn't? And we see already teams are getting ready to celebrate. Zachariah Branch on the screen from Georgia had a little bit of misfortune with the law. Really minor, though, but that's not really a good thing to be kicking off with. The crowd still looks really strong. No weakness there. Even though I'm sure the first night is the biggest night. It's very, very strong. So round 2 and 3 tonight, they'll be picking faster. He's already headed. The commissioner's already headed there. And we'll see where that goes. So Cowboys, I think, did very well. There were some players that weren't happy they were passed over, pushed down a little bit, said, I'm the best player. How dare you? That always happens. We always see that. And these rabid fans, as they see other teams' colors on the stage. That's what I love about it. A lot of teams moved. There were several teams that moved up into the first round. Some teams that moved down, picked up extra picks as they got into the second round. There was only 2 quarterbacks taken. Should be at least 1 or 2 taken in these 2 rounds. Maybe 3, I doubt it, but maybe 1 or 2. A lot of talk about them today. Very few running backs were taken, only two. There was there was the whole debacle about the Pittsburgh pick, and kid thought he was going there, and that one hit really fast, and even he was surprised. And they took the offensive lineman, and they were saying that it looked like a pick when taken when you ran out of time and you just picked something. They said they trust their board. They may be right about that. You can always use an offensive lineman, but that did not please the faithful of Pittsburgh. Falcons, Green Bay, a couple other teams that didn't have first round picks will be picking tonight. Falcons are down about 16 in the round, I believe, and we'll see which way they decide to go. I wouldn't be shocked to see them take a receiver. They need another receiver or offensive line help. I think the defense is fine for right now, although you can always add something a little later in the draft. You can always use another cornerback, safety type, or a linebacker, and even interior lineman. I think they need help there. They still need really to pick up an edge rusher just in case Mr. Pierce is suspended, although it's looking more like he may get to play since everything was dropped. We will see. On the clock, the 49ers. And, there was some people not real happy with their picks as well. And there's, they're showing the best available now. But I think most of the teams, I thought it was a pretty smooth first, draft. I think most teams picked for need. Some maybe pulled some surprise moves. But all the players, with the exception of maybe LA, there wasn't a need right now, although it could be in a year or two. Some don't think that the Alabama quarterback Simpson has all that it takes to be that guy. We will see. I love the fact that Mike Copper's got him as the third best available. C.J. Allen from Georgia. He should come off the board pretty quick. There really was only maybe two linebackers, maybe one. It was mainly defensive line, cornerback, safety, and then edge, and then offense. So there's going to be a run on linebackers. You always need linebackers. It's a very deep draft in the wide receiver room. There's a lot of wide receivers in this draft. A really great talent left there. So if teams are still looking for a receiver, they're there. And maybe a surprise quarterback. There's some down there, maybe a project or two that not ready to start, and where does Carson Beck land? But, they were talking about a couple of others, Nussmeier, LSU. And he's got the pedigree, played for a long time. Beck did too. Put it all together. And then there's some that's got just some crazy skills that played at some schools that, maybe not tier one, but they really showed what they could do. The 49ers, everybody raising their little pickaxes. I didn't know he's allowed to take something like that. Maybe it's not steel. It's going to be a weapon. It's probably not real, I would hope. Some guy gets sauced up and starts swinging the pickaxe. That would be bad. I've seen some stuff at games and at concerts. I don't think I've ever seen a pickaxe. Oh, a little under 5 minutes, down almost 4 minutes, and this really surprised us taking this long. There may be some calls about it. So we shall see. 413. Mel's best quarterbacks. He's got Carson back at number 1. Nussmeier 2. Penn State's quarterback Drew at 3. Peyton at 4. And this really, big athletic quarterback from Arkansas. 6'5", 6'6", whatever it is, can move, can throw. Be a nice project for somebody to see just what he could do as he sits and learns and runs the second team and all that. Maybe, just it's so much to learn. There are a lot of these college teams, they're running some pretty high octane offenses. It's still not to the level of an NFL offense. Think about if it's radically different. Everything they knew in college that's over. It could be similar, but you got to relearn a whole playbook. You have to, and those play calls are intricate. I mean, that's why you see a lot of young quarterbacks wearing the sleeve, with the play calls on it and everything, just to make sure that they're, because they're hearing it in their headset, but they may be just saying go to number 48 because they may not be able to really, they may not have the grasp of it yet to be able to call it all out, without messing it up. Kind of like when you go in the military, you got chain of command. That's not too bad, but there's a lot of orders. There's a lot of procedures to stuff. But I can imagine. Think about all the repetition of it, and you have limited time. You got noise you're dealing with, and you're getting the play in. Sometimes they're pushing it late. You got to get that play out, get everybody set. That's why it is such a critical position. And some people's football IQ is not that good. So 220 now. They're going to use the whole thing up. I do wish the best for Carson back. I'm not one of those Georgia fans that hates on him. He done some things I didn't care for. He's a young guy. He's got to run his own way. He was not going to be the starter, and I get it. And he had an amazing season. It came within a hair's breadth of really winning that thing. I'm happy for him. Go make the money. Go do. And hopefully, like I said, is he a guy that's going to put the work in? Well, he showed it at Miami. And I think at times at Georgia, is he a guy? He's not a raw guy. He doesn't take control The pick is in. He doesn't take control of the huddle like he should. That's just not his forte. But hey, there's some other ones like that. Hurts is not like that. There are some that are just not. They're just not good that way, but they're really good quarterbacks. And you don't have to be, that. You can get by. You don't have to be that. As long as somebody's in that huddle is really maintaining when tempers flare and everything. I don't know how Joe Montana was in the huddle. He was real soft spoken. But I still remember that Super Bowl, and I certainly was not a 49er fan. Their own pick is in for them. And that the drive, the White Clark and all. And you've seen the NFL films on it where, they say he comes up and goes, hey, there's John Candy up in the stand. And just that, like, what? It just calmed the team. That whatever your way is to be effective as a leader, to get someone recentered on the task at hand, that can be done a lot of different ways. You don't got to be this barker, screaming at people, ordering people. There's a lot of ways to command respect. And certainly there's been some quarterbacks that were a little more soft-spoken that were able very well to lead a team. If the team believes in you, they're going to do what you need. And there's always going to be that guy or two in that huddle that's going to say, hey, cut the crap. We're a team here. Let's get moving. So it don't have to be the quarterback. I think that's nice when you have it, but it doesn't have to be him. You got to have somebody. They're running slow. Starting out in the daytime. Which the rest of the rounds will be on Saturday. I think that's probably a 12 p.m. kickoff. Usually it is. I didn't check the time on that. Walking to the podium. I didn't pull up my tracker. Let me get that pulled up as they start piling in. Of course, the commissioner doesn't do rounds 2 and 3. Andy Lee is out there for this one to give different people the ability to make the calls. Let's see see what we got going on here for the 49ers. Selection. Stribling, wide receiver. There's another wide receiver, Ole Miss. Stribling. They had some big receivers there. A lot of talent on that team. Dejon Stribling, 6'2", 8 and 207, good size. Prototypical NFL receiver. Get off the line, strong hands, big body, use his body to shield. And let me tell you, I watched them play. I've seen 2 or 3 of their games, and it's amazing to me that they didn't outscore everybody. They have a tremendous amount of talent on that offensive side of the ball. People that underestimated them were stupid. And they got Mike Evans now. They 49ers have definitely started addressing the quarterback room. And they've shown that the quarterback they have can get on the ball. So shaking of hands, clapping of hands, and all that good stuff. And we'll see here. This pick originally from the Jets. Another SEC guy. It's always nice. Hello, all of you that are tuning in. We're slowly coming up to speed. Cardinals, the pick is in already for the Cardinals. Looking forward to seeing kind of what they do. They kind of moved around a little bit. Had some of them are be working on their fourth pick in this round if they have one. All right. All right. And then the Bills will be on the clock. Remember, Bills moved. Then you got the Raiders again. A long wait till after that pick from number one. Cardinals quarterback, and some of these teams are going to be coming up. It's probably a little early, but they do need quarterbacks. They're not going to take that right now. I think probably more the third round. But hey, we seen last night. You never know. You just never know. All right, Chase Basantis, Texas A&M guard, junior, is the selection. So the Cardinals go guard. So back on the offense, staying on the offensive side of the ball. Bills on the clock, the Raiders, then the Giants. James Conner, boy, he's been a great pro. Chase Basantis. Texas A&M, SEC representing in the house. I'm really anxious to see what the Falcons do. It's the team that I root for. I root for a lot of teams, but I root for the Falcons. Grew up with them. They definitely have a needed, on the offensive lineman. The surprise retirement of one of their offensive linemen. They need another receiver. And the rest will be defense, unless they go two offensive linemen. Wouldn't be a bad idea. They have some nice picks from last year, really starting to turn out. They definitely be looking at cornerback. There's Terrell's brothers out there. There's talk about maybe he might be this pick in the second round. Kind of, the brothers holding down that back end. Be interesting. You don't always see that. It'll be very interesting. The Bills on the clock have not picked. They need edge, offensive line, linebacker, safety, wide receiver. I like the Bills. I've always liked them. They just hard luck losers. They get there, all the talent in the world, get close, get there, then they lose. They have the quarterback, they got the running backs, they got receivers. Defense is usually really strong, although they do need some help there. It's funny to listen to these guys. I was listening to some of the pre-game or the pre-draft. It's funny. The pick is in. Raiders on the clock. They got their quarterback. Need wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback. Male's team needs. He's pointing out linebacker, wide receiver, edge, cornerback. Pretty close to what I called off. Bills in the house. Who they select. I always like their colors. I think they have good colors. Who doesn't like a buffalo? Buffaloes. It's Americana, right? Think back in the history of America and all the buffalo herds. Playing it. They love that cold weather up there. I don't know if they love it, but they know how to play with it. Pick should be popping in here in a second. C.J. Allen is still on the board. Still amazes me that he is still there. We just haven't seen a lot of movement on linebackers. All those two really good Tennessee cornerbacks are out there. Just like I say, if you need a receiver, these guys that they picked were really strong, really good. But I'm telling you, the guy he just didn't get highlighted but 1 year. But Branch from Georgia, he can do it all. He has that it factor. Not the biggest guy, perfect for anywhere you want to line him up, especially slot. I still say they have too long of a walk for these guys to have to make, even the guys that are calling. Legend stepping up to the podium here for the Bills. Let's see here. TJ Parker, edge, Clemson. Junior, TJ Parker. Celebrating from the house. I guess all these will tonight. I don't know if there's anybody left in the green room. I didn't check that. It's possible, because there was some people that got pushed down a little bit in the round and didn't go. But I think they probably cleared all that. There wasn't as many anyway. There we go. 6'3", 5'8", 263. Yeah, bringing it. ACC. Like I said, Clemson has a lot of talent. They just haven't really shown. Oh, that was a good hit in that. You're seeing the highlights there. All these teams that are desperate for pressure on the quarterback. You know, you got your edge guys. They got to be smart. I mean, they rush, but they also got to hold that edge. You know, looking for the RPOs and all that. To say these new offenses in the NFL, you have your traditional drop back schemes, but you have all those other ones. You got to have a guy that can cover a lot of ground. The Texans pick is in. The Giants are on the board, though. There's been a trade down because that was the Raiders trade. So the Texans have moved up. The pick is in. There's the announcement. Let's see, and the Giants will be on, and the Raiders will pick after the Giants. So they just move back 2. The Texans move up. They must have felt like the Giants wanted something that they're after. Commercial break. They won't announce it yet. Huh. That you'll see a lot of that in these rounds. A lot more than the first round. Positioning and moving around. Like I said, appreciate those who stopped by. I've got a few hanging out in here. Again, I will state it. I've stated it several times. I am not a fan of NFL policies and the way they do a lot of things, their ideologies and stuff. I'm not a fan of it at all. I just like football. So I get it. I hear it all the time whenever I mention NFL. I have friends, people I'm friends with, people at work, people on the podcast. You know, they always have to tell you the same thing. I quit watching the NFL years ago. I'll never go back. And I don't have any problem with that. They're great. That's the great thing about freedom. I'm not here to sell anybody on what the NFL is or is not. I do like football. I like the draft. I guess I'll watch it till the day that I'm no longer here. I can like rooting for a team and saying I like all these other things. I don't fault anybody for doing it. I've taken stands before on stuff. I've boycotted stuff. I think a lot of those people, though, I think they were. I think a lot of them were done anyway. Could be wrong, but I think they were probably done anyway with the NFL. Same could be said for baseball, the strike that sent everybody away. No, they never got all those fans back. They built some new fans. They didn't get them all back. NBA done the same thing. A lot of things they've done. So yeah, and even college football. There's people upset with how they've done college football. Now those are traditionalists would say they've destroyed the what the college is. It's turning more and more into a business. It was always that. It's funny, they were all for players getting paid, which I don't think anybody was really against it. It was just, how is that going to look? I think they went a little too far with it. I think there should have been some more parameters on it. And then, Senator Tuberville from Alabama, coach of Auburn, has said as much that you need, hello there from you on Twitch, that you need to not have so much movement. He's for limiting how many times they can move from a team because right now it's high bidder every year. And yeah, it is taking a lot of that. It's still amateur status. They're still not professionals yet, but it has that feel like. I mean, it's turned into more and more of a business. And really, what's driven all this? We know what it is. It's the gambling, and that's not going to stop. It rises every year. The money is going to continue, and that's why, because of the gambling, the playoffs in college will go to 16 teams. That will happen soon. They're already paving the way for that. Okay, here. So Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State, another Ohio State player, junior, went to the Texans. So they wanted to, that was their guy. The Giants, the pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock now. So Caden McDonald. This is interesting that the Raiders would choose now, maybe to pick up another pick. I mean, I'm sure that's what happened. I didn't see the details. But I would, it's a little surprising. And I guess they just feel like all the things that they're going to need are there. They've already got their quarterback, so whoever they're tracking for wide receiver or whatever else they're looking at, they feel like they can get it in this round or the next, so they weren't worrying about it. So big man there, Caden McDonald. Again, Ohio State was loaded. They by far lead every team in college on draft picks so far. I mean, they are rocking it. Shout out to them. I'm not a Ohio State fan, but I respect and recognize. Somebody was giving the guy that went down to his knee. The press is so stupid. And they were saying he collapsed to his knee. He didn't collapse. He went down. He was emotional. He was also praying, is my understanding. He was saying a quick prayer. You know, and then there were people commenting in the post that men were sissies now. When did men going down and praying and having some emotion, where did that make them a sissy? I've been in church a long time, and I can tell you the biggest men have came down and bent the knee and been born again, rededicated their life to Christ with tears in their eyes. So when did that become sissy? He's not saying he's a crybaby or something like that. I never took it that way. The press made it like, like he was just so overcome, he collapsed to the floor. That's why press makes you so mad. And most of the commentary was that, with the posters and the comments, that he didn't collapse. And I'm glad they took him to task for that. That's some pitiful writing. Horrible. I've heard this, crap before about even coaches. Some people are just geared that way. I mean, that's, some say as you get older, maybe you get more emotional. I don't know. Some people take it as a badge of honor to say, no one's ever seen me cry. Well, I can tell you, I've never seen my dad cry, but I did see him cry twice. Once when he almost died before he did pass on, because he come out of an emergency procedure. And when his mother died. Now, who could fault that? Does that make you a sissy because your mom's died and you shed a tear or two? Or does that make you a sissy that, you nearly died? And I know this for a fact. I knew the medical staff, and I knew what happened in the ambulance. And I was there right as they were done and bringing him out. I had to travel 50-plus miles to be there. And I got there just enough time to see him coming out. So I can guarantee my dad was never a sissy. It just makes me mad that people pin that on people because they act like that they have no, they can't control their emotions. So I guess when Jesus wept, he was a sissy. Is that what we're saying? I mean, come on. They're just so ready to pick on these guys, so ready to pick on these young players. And again, I said it last night. These are young men. They're not, they're not grown yet. Even though they are men, yeah, they're old enough. Most of them, I guess, old enough to go have the beer if they want it. They're certainly old enough to have been in the military. But these are young men. They're still developing as men. And you think back to when you were 21 or 22 years old. Here's one right here. He's got some tears. That's a big man, but it hits them very hard. I guarantee you, this is a guy that can put you up on the lockers really quick. So it's just amazing to me that you know that they have this idea they've dreamt up in their head that there's something wrong with a man who sheds tears at times. There's a big difference in between the two things. These are men. I mean, but they're dealing with things they've never. And look, some of them have come from backgrounds where they've had to overcome a lot of things. All of them had to overcome a lot of things to get here. The doubters, avoiding injury. I mean, think about it. This is the best of the best for this year. Bubba over there. Is that Bubba? Farland? I can't tell who that is. I want to give him a hug. There you go. I like to see that. The Giants pick is in. They have not announced it. They're just now they're waiting on all those festivities. The pick has been in for a bit. Raiders are on the clock. They can't announce the pick is in until the Giants do. And there it is. Colton Hood now finally one of the cornerbacks from the University of Tennessee, redshirt sophomore. This is a good one. This is one of the good ones. They had a really good defense this past year. Colton Hood. McCoy will be another one that'll probably go in this round. So the Giants go cornerback. Very nice. This is a really good player. He's 5'11", 5'8", 193. They have him rated at 83.68 on his athleticism. Total score of 159.62. He's a press man bully with an ability to put his stamp on first and last phases of the snap. He plays with a disruptive punch and gets his hands on most releases, but shifty. NFL wideouts could create issues for him. He has enough speed to stay phased on verticals and does a nice job of erasing space on end breakers. There you see some of the highlights. You see, he took that one away. So, somebody that can work with. You always need some people in that room. The Raiders pick is in, of course. Browns are on the clock. Just a few picks away to the Falcons at number 16 in this round, 48 overall. Yeah, Tennessee is going to miss these two guys, McCoy and Hood. Colton Hood. So, first Tennessee player off the board from Knoxville. So the Giants, that's their third pick in this draft. He was a transfer to Tennessee from Colorado prior to the 25 season. They've done well. Reese, they picked up some nice pieces for the defense. I like the Giants. Like I said, I hope they do well. Pick is in, Raiders. What do the Raiders do? They got their quarterback, first overall pick. They've been waiting now for 39 picks to make another one, the 38 picks to make another one. Quarterback is already off the board. That was a list for them. Offensive line, wide receiver, D-line, cornerback. Basically mirrors the Browns who need an edge. People really pick with the Browns, really pleased with the Browns pick. A lot of people really love that Philly coming there got ahead of Pittsburgh. They really like that Lemon pick. So they stole the player. So we'll see. The Raiders, they're getting ready to announce. It should be popping up anytime. So a lot of defense, with some offense. Trading Stooks, Arizona, senior. Trading Stooks, I mean. Announcement coming up. Taking forever. He's 6 foot, 5'8", 190, 31 plus on the arm, 8.5 on the hand, 76 and 5/8 on the wing. 6 years senior. That's another thing that Tuberville wants to stop. This guy would be one of those guys that Tommy Tuberville says we got to stop. He said 5-year max, 5-year max. No matter what red shirts you put on, gray, whatever red shirt, that he need 5 years and you're out. This is a 6-year guy, team captain. He went from a walk on to unquestioned leader on the defense. So this guy has shown what he can do in overcoming. Browns pick is in. Chiefs, their third pick on the clock. Or was that fourth? Because they made a trade. I think it was third round. Or they traded the third. I'm trying to remember. 40th pick. Browns. I still think it's early for the Browns to take a quarterback. It is in the realm of possibility. We'll see which way they go. Do they go offense or the defense? Edge, cornerback on the defense. Offensive line, wide receiver, quarterback on the offensive side of the ball. And of course, they had some picks already in the first round. And we'll see. Commercial time. Delay. Well, it gives us a minute to go back and look at these players. Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle, so they already filled that need with the 9th pick in the first round. With the 24th, remember Casey Concepcion. I like this kid. He's a little smaller, but he is a dynamo. So they've already got the receiver. They've already got the offensive line. So cornerback edge, or do they make that? Do they reach now and get a quarterback? You never know. Quarterback, somebody said it today, talking about the Rams pick, because they were laughing at it. Like the 49ers never blown a quarterback pick. They have. But they were, who was it? Oh my gosh, they've had 2 busts on their team in the last few years. High picks. And everybody bragged on them, and it was a big bust. Didn't turn out to nothing. Someone said today that people with quarterbacks, teams lose their head, and they do. It's like a drug. They see them. They see them sitting out there, and it's such a premium on them, on quarterbacks. Hello to you on Instagram, and they can't help themselves. They make the move to go get the quarterback, and they at times reach for them. I said last night I was higher than I thought Simpson would go. There has been talk, of their quarterback from Georgia retiring in the next couple of years, but is Simpson really that guy? Nobody I talked to was high on that pick. Nobody. Now maybe some Alabama fans were, and maybe the Rams, leadership, maybe they were. Simpson was. But can he be that guy? They're going to have to. Time will tell, as they say, and drafts are known over the last. Takes 3 to 5 years to really see what a draft pick has done for your team or has not. So that may be one. They come back and goes bust. Who knows? It might work out. And then they go, hey, look what we did. Projections are hard, and the best of the best of scouts and coaching staffs and all of them have made mistakes. And they seem to think this might have been an owner call. The head coach, or at least general manager, whoever, the owner of the coach did not look happy in his press conference, and he just didn't celebrate the pick. So I don't think that's the way he wanted to go. Of course, another guy that's on that team is the mailman from Georgia. He's still there. All right, let's get this pick named for the Browns. Coming in. I still don't think they take the quarterback. I think they probably go defense. Believe it or not, they went wide receiver again. Denzel Boston from Washington, redshirt junior. Well, they're definitely picking up in the wide receiver room. 6'3", 5'8", 212 pounds. A 2-year starter with elite ball skills and supersede athletic speed limitations. They compare him to Nakua. He enters the draft with speed separation concerns and outstanding competitive toughness, but like Nakua did as well. But look what he did. He gets off the line with good bursts and maintains his top speed throughout the route. He could have issues beating press. The releases can also be schemed. He's very skilled when it comes to winning jump balls and contested throws. He also knows how to win in the red zone. So Denzel Boston to the Cleveland Browns. The pick is in for the Chiefs already. There's the highlights. Great size. Could use his body on those, and there he is in one of those red zones. Definitely knew how to time it. Use his body. Go Cleveland. Getting some offense. He only had, according to ESPN, only had an 8% chance of being available at 39th pick entering the draft. There was some, as I said, last night they got pushed down. There were players that got pushed out of their spots. I thought they would go a little bit different way myself. The pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. The Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, Buccaneers, Colts, then the Falcons. We've got the Colts who have not picked yet in this draft. Got second pick for the Buccaneers. The Ravens will be coming on again. The Jets, all over the first round. The Dolphins. A lot of people love that Saints pick. Chiefs pick is in. Who do we have here? Needs cornerback, wide receiver, edge, defensive line, offensive line. The Kansas City Chiefs. Why they're so slow? Again, I said last night I like the Chiefs. I like what they do. And there it is. Mason Thomas. I don't know why they were delayed online. Maybe because I pulled that up. From Oklahoma, edge, Mason Thomas. Look at all the white. They definitely matched in their color scheme for the draft. 6'2 and a quarter, 241. Oklahoma, SEC representing again. Bengals, the pick is in. The Saints on the clock. See some pass rush here. Oh, yeah. So very good. Definitely, the team is definitely, Kansas City has definitely been working on some defense here. And they went cornerback to Delane. Peter Woods, a lot of people excited about that pick, defensive tackle. And now the edge, Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. So 2 SEC, 1 ACC, 2 seniors and a junior. To your Kansas City Chiefs. There you go. Address that defense. There's some defensive linemen to be happy. Help is on the way. Very nice. See the Bengals go with needs linebacker, cornerback, offensive line, edge, wide receiver. So we will see. Cassius Howell, edge, Texas A&M, senior. Another SEC player. For the Bengals, the Saints on the clock. Dolphins will be next. Pick is in for the Saints. They're ready to roll. A lot of people love that pick by the Saints in the first round as well. We will see. So right now, Jordan Tyson, this is the one they were picking on. The only pick they've had so far. Saints, and then Dolphins, then Jets. So no more Ohio State for right now. Getting around some other teams in the league. I love it. The dreaded Saints. They really took a dip. They've been putting some nice pieces together. I mean, who wouldn't like? They've got some really good players. Young quarterback. They gave him another receiver. Last night, and everything else is either offensive line or defense. So probably could go either way, but in the trenches sounds likely. We will see. And there's that pick from Arizona State, Jordan Tyson, on the screen for the ESPN coverage. See where they go. See where they go here with the 10th pick in the second round. Pick number 42 overall. Christian Miller, there he is now. This is a second Georgia player. This is a redshirt junior, but he was at Georgia again early on. Didn't quite find his pathway. He really anchored the center of that line and actually put on a good pass rush. Really good against the run. A solid pick by the Saints. Georgia Bulldog. This is a guy who came in with a lot of fanfare. It didn't really pay off early on, but he really found himself. I was so glad he stayed there that extra year. Now look at him. He's number 42 overall, 6'3" 3/4", 321 pounds, 33 on the arm, 10 on the hand, big hand. Look at that hand. 80 and 1/8 on the wing. They describe him as even front nose tackle, can rattle pads. He can and gain early advantages at the point of attack. He has good stack and shed against single blocks, but lacks the prototypical mass of a space eater. He will lose his anchor to double teams and strong angle blocks. At times, he's average at matching lateral movement off the snap, but is generally aware of the play design and hustles across gaps. Great hustle for this kid. The squeeze run lanes. He'll continue to bulk up and should become a good starter who is more consistent than dominant along the interior. I would agree with that. He's not a first rounder, but he's a very solid player who is good for them. It'll give them a nice piece in the rotation. Good for you, young man. Christian Miller from the state of Georgia and the University of Georgia. You're now an NFL player. Officially. In the house with the family. Just hate he went to the Saints. No disrespect intended. Very nice. Love seeing those little celebrations of the family. That's cool. Dolphins on the clock, Jets, then Ravens. Commercial time, so they held them on the. It's funny with the commercials, they actually get extra time. Maybe at the end of their time they can't use the phone anymore, but we're still thinking. There's still cell phones. There's still some things they can do. The Dolphins. Get up here and look at the team. First round, again, I like the pick of Caden Proctor, the offensive tackle from Alabama. Then they went cornerback Chris Johnson from San Diego State, senior. Proctor's a junior. That's about right. Proctor wasn't really envisioning a top 10, but first round, yes. So Miami needs some things. So we'll see which way they go. Pick is in. The Jets are on the clock. There's so many players I can think of that are sitting out there. The Falcons, just a few picks away, be their first pick. The Colts at 15, the first pick for them. 16, the Falcons, the first pick for them. I think is it the Packers didn't have a first round pick. They're at number 20. And there's one team, if I remember right, that doesn't have a pick in the first two rounds. The Broncos at 30. Another one. Still commercials. We'll see where they go. Big series kicking in tonight between the Braves and the Phillies. Of course, the Braves went to Philadelphia and just whooped up on them. Now they get them at home. They had the National Series in the middle. They won that series. And so we will see. Big games tonight. Weekend games are kicking off. We'll try to keep up with that as well. Tigers are up 4-0 on the Reds. I was catching a pregame of the Red Sox. Orioles are beating them 5-1. Red Sox are really stinking it up this year so far. Cleveland 5-2 over the Blue Jays. Blue Jays, another team that's supposed to be much better than that, struggling. Mets do have a 1-0 lead on the Rockies. Twins are losing 1-0 to the Rays. The Phillies early have a 2-0 lead on the Braves. Schwarber's at the bat. No score on the rest of the games. We'll keep an eye on that. So the Braves have done this. They've gotten down early, and then they're the best in baseball for coming back. Losing the lead and coming back. So we'll see. Who's these Dolphins going to pick? I think of my friend. He's deceased now for many, many years, a couple of decades more. He was a huge Dolphins fan. Loved Zach Thomas, of course, Marino. You know, those fast receivers they had. They just never could get there. After that first Super Bowl, so didn't win. Well, talking about Marino. Of course, the perfect season. Gerard McCoy is still out there from Tennessee. He did have the knee injury. Didn't play, but he should be back. Ready to go. Doctors check those things out. If they feel good about it, they're not going to worry too much. Actually, sometimes they're almost glad that they had it and get it over with. It means there was something weak in there sometimes. Jacob Rodriguez, a linebacker. Finally a linebacker. Ding, 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 ding. Can't believe it. We have a linebacker pick from Texas Tech, a senior. Yeah. Jacob Rodriguez. Usually by now, a bunch of linebackers have been called. Pick is in for the Lions. The Ravens are on the clock. Texas Tech. Yeah. There you go, Miami. Lions, Ravens, Buccaneers, Colts, Falcons. All headed your way. I think, let's see. Yeah, the pick is in. And this is, they got Blake Miller, offensive tackle from Clemson, in the first round. Let's see who they get. Still showing Rodriguez. Jacob, senior. So he's played a lot of football. Very nice. Texas Tech. You know, sometimes they can have a really good team, and sometimes they just stink it up. I like watching them. They're a fun team to watch. But sometimes they've went up against really good teams, and they were overhyped at times, and it got exposed really quick. Some of these so-called experts were talking about how we're going to make hay in the playoffs or towards the playoffs. No. But here's your good player. Jets have, picked up several players. A few left. Justin Fields. That's no big loss. We have trade alert. Of course, that's how the Lions got in there. Let's see this pick. Lions are on the clock. The Jets picking up some more picks. They're feeling good about themselves. The Lions. Offensive line, edge, safety, cornerback, linebacker were listed as needs for the team. Here comes the pick. Derek Moore, edge, Michigan, senior. Big man. Watch him play. Definitely 6'3", 7'8", 255. Derek Moore. He's got good size and length. He's far more active and engaged as a rusher than he is a run defender. He has the ability to set firm edges, but his approach against the run can lack urgency. Against the pass, Moore is a bull rush aficionado, piling up pressure and sacks. He's strong enough through the top of the rush, but needs to prove he can consistently stress long and well-anchored tackles. So we will see. There you go, Derek Moore from Michigan. The Ravens are on the clock. So senior, a lot of seniors in this draft. We've seen the red shirts and the juniors and all that, but we're seeing a lot of seniors now. Pick us in for the Ravens. The Buccaneers will be on the clock, barring trades. The Jets are now at pick 18, number 50 overall. Ravens pick is in. The Buccaneers are on the clock. They need edge, cornerback, linebacker, offensive line, defensive line. And then we'll see who the Colts and the Falcons pick for the first time in the 2026 NFL draft. The Ravens are clapping. They're happy. They say, we got our boy. We can say that because there's no girls being drafted. So we got our boy. They say, we're going to get you on a commercial first. This is a very strong team, very talented. I'm honestly shocked. I don't like Baltimore, but I respect talent. I like watching several of their players play. They just hadn't done it. They've been among the favorites for 3 or 4 years in a row, especially getting Derrick Henry. They really thought that was going to put them over the top. They have had production, but when it got to the playoffs, it just seemed like it just didn't. It just melted down, and I blame a lot of it on the quarterback. He just seemed like he just did not perform well in the biggest of the biggest games. And it may not be totally his fault, but he just didn't look. I mean, he looked like he couldn't be stopped at times during the season. And then he got the playoffs. He just looked off. I told people, I said, he doesn't look right. And then you get a psychologist for him or something. I mean, I think it's in his head. I don't think it's anything the defense is doing. I think it's just he's having problems. He went up, and it helped John Smoltz back in the day. It's a very common thing now to get sports psychologists. I'm not saying that's what it is, but he maybe need to learn some tools to calm himself or something. He just doesn't look comfortable in some of those games. I thought they might let him run a little more. There's Biscuit Boy.
What is up, my friend? I am so sorry. I lost track of time, completely forgot about everything. And me and my wife started watching a movie, and I said, oh, my goodness, I forgot about the show. I got to run upstairs for a minute.
Now you're good.
What's going on? The draft's starting here in about 4 minutes, isn't it?
It's already started. We're at pick 14. Buccaneers are on the clock. The Ravens have the pick. Falcons will be picking in 3 picks for their first time, and the Colts will have the next pick after the Buccaneers. We've seen a couple of trades, interesting stuff.
Cool.
We saw another Georgia Bulldog get picked, a Tennessee Volunteer.
Oh yeah, who was the Dogs? Who did they get?
Defensive tackle was selected.
I can't hardly hear you. I think it might be my phone.
Turn that thing up.
That's what I'm trying here.
What song you want to hear? Skinner says in the audio.
There we go. That got it. I knew I'd figure it out. I'm not the sharp.
As he's going to say, was the sharpest tack.
As I was saying, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
What timing, dude? That's like the funniest thing. I was like, okay.
Wow.
That's the way to exit stage left.
Boom. There you go.
Biscuit Boy of the Biscuit Boy Chronicles. We'll be seeing more of those soon.
Yeah, y'all check them out. We got some more. Got some more coming up. I've got some more stories that are pretty good. Pretty good stuff. How was your day, my friend?
A pretty good day. I was busy. Got a little bit of a late start. My sister was still sick, and she's struggling right now with. She's just sick, respiratory stuff. So I had to wait for Jeremy to get home to head to work. Um,
Right.
he did it. He did a good job today. I know he's tired, but she's comfy, and he's off this weekend, so it'll be a big help.
Well,
And
Jeremy's a good kid.
he is. He
Y'all
really
did y'all did very well.
They're both good.
Very well.
We just got one that's had some trouble, and he's got a heart of gold. All right, the Ravens. The Ravens. Let's see who this pick is. They're coming to announce it. We should see it online pretty quick here. The Baltimore Ravens. Oh, they're bringing out the team with banners. I don't know who these people are. I don't. And Biscuit Boy killed himself again. He's gonna have to figure this phone thing out.
I don't like doing this from the phone, dude. This is every time I move my thumb, it throws it off. Something came up about Instagram, and I went to look at it, and I was gone. So we're no longer on Instagram.
Yeah, we're on Instagram. Well, not now because it only lasts an hour. I have to reset.
Right. That's what it was telling me.
We will eventually. Okay, they went Zion Young, that Missouri. He's been talked about since the first round. The edge senior from Missouri, SEC again. Zion Young. That sounds like a Baltimore kind of pick.
Yeah, it does.
They brought out different folks out here to girls flag football or something, or talking about that while they're talking about this pick.
Girls flag football. That would be fun to watch.
Buccaneers, the pick is in. The Colts are on the clock. Then it's the Atlanta Falcons. We shall see.
What do you think they're going after? Quarterback, like we were talking about?
No, not yet. I really think they need to plug in an offensive line or maybe receiver. They do need another receiver, even though they brought in a couple. They need to get one of these. There's still a lot of talent up. It'd be the Georgia fans would want them to get Zachariah Branch from Georgia. If they do that, the Georgia fans will be so happy. And they need a receiver. He's out there. He's ready. He does have that speed that you can't buy. He has that it factor. He makes big catches in big moments. He plays through being hurt. He's a gamer with incredible breakaway speed. He's like at his top level really fast. He's not the biggest guy, but you don't have to be. If you are stretching that field and they need more of that, it'd be an ideal pick for them. Knowing the Falcons, they're going to select offensive line or a cornerback. But I'm telling you that Georgia fans would want them to take, and Falcons fans, a lot of them would want them to take a receiver at this point.
Right.
But there is receivers going down the line, but Zachariah will be gone. So Zion Young.
Is that who they went with?
No. That's who Missouri pick. Baltimore pick from Missouri.
Gotcha.
No.
Gotcha.
They're showing them on the draft. I like watching all the celebrations of the family, and there's nobody there to walk out on stage anymore. The green room is empty, so it's all either they don't have.
They're all out there in the audience.
Josiah Trotter, linebacker, another linebacker from Missouri, redshirt sophomore to the Buccaneers.
Really, a redshirt sophomore?
Yeah, we've had 2 or 3 of those in this draft so far.
Wow.
Another linebacker. There wasn't but one, like one linebacker selected in the first round, but here we see a run on linebackers now. I kind of figured that would happen. The Colts, first pick of the draft for them, are on the clock. He is 6'1", 237.
Big boy.
Big boy. Can get back into coverage, come up, support. Shows pretty good speed.
You know, in my
Steelers,
prime, Dave.
There's been a trade. The Steelers
Uh-oh.
are now picking. The pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock.
Wow.
So there has been
Wait.
another trade. The Colts have moved down to number 21, trading with the Steelers. Steelers need to make this pick. A lot of Steelers fans weren't happy with what happened in the first round. They got that receiver ripped right in. They were going to take Lemon. Eagles moved up and got him. They were ready. They were on go. I already talked to him.
Wow.
They got a black eye on this one. They're the host city for the draft. Pittsburgh is looking to get something to make some people happy here and a need. So they're showing they're willing to move up. They're announcing the trade right now. It's interesting. The Colts have not drafted yet, and they're trading down. But I don't think they have any picks. So,
well, apparently they know what they're doing.
Well, we would hope.
Yeah. Well, listen, brother, I'm going to have to get back down here. I left my wife down there watching a movie alone.
Yeah, man.
We're watching The Wolf and the Lion. Okay. And it has been amazing. It's an amazing movie so far. I'm not going to do any spoilers or anything like that, but it's on the Angel Network, and it is it's worth a watch so far. I'll let you know.
Yeah, enjoy your movie. Your Friday
Will do.
night.
Have a great evening, everybody, and Dave, love you, brother. I will see you bright and early in the morning, my friend.
You got it, man.
Peace out.
See ya. So the Steelers were waiting on the pick. The Falcons are on the clock. Falcons are listing wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, quarterback, linebacker. They're coming out, waving that terrible towel. It's Jeremy Bernard, Alabama senior wide receiver. This is a very talented young man. This will please. They didn't get the receiver they wanted, but they got a good one. He's a good receiver. Jeremy Bernard from the University of Alabama, another SEC. Falcons on the clock with the Vikings next. They responded well here. Make the fans happy. So we will see. Mr. Bernard is 6'1.25", 206. He is versatile wideout with ascending production over the last 2 years. He has good size, acceleration, top speed quickly. He does. Smooth route runner with well-disguised brakes and clean footwork getting in and out. He can line up outside or in. The slot is capable of running a full route tree crawl across all three levels. He's impressive run after catch ability. His second gear as a field stretcher is fairly ordinary, and he doesn't always play to his size when it's time to compete for catch space. He's above average, but this is a good player for them. It's a Pittsburgh kind of guy, honestly. Pittsburgh kind of guy. So they do get him a receiver. Alabama players usually work out. They're well coached. The Falcons pick is in. The Vikings are on the clock. Which way do the Falcons go? You'd want to think they would go wide receiver here. I just know the Falcons. They'll end up going cornerback or something, or offense. And they do need the offensive lineman. I wouldn't fault that pick. I think they go offensive line or receiver here. They need a receiver. They've got some good pieces there, but they need some more talent there. And we get a commercial. So we got a hold. Wouldn't you know it, right on the Falcons. They don't have many picks in this draft. Then the Vikings, then the Jets, then the Panthers, then the Packers with their first pick. The Colts pick at 21, their first. And then Eagles, Chargers, Jaguars, Bears, 49ers, Texans, Bears again, Rams, Broncos, Patriots, Seahawks. So we'll see. Who does the right? Then we got one more round. Things are speeding along very quickly. They started earlier. 8:07 East Coast time. EST. Show brought to you by Wolf Nation Coffee. Wolf Nation Coffee. And we love our coffee here at the podcast. I'm going to tell you, we love it. It is absolutely wonderful. Yes, a shameless plug. Don't care. There's that QR code. Want some great coffee. I've never had the teas that we offer. I've never had them. I need to get the Earl Grey. I need to get that and try it. but every coffee I've tried has been excellento. I've just never been really a tea guy. But I love all those blends. We have many more than that, over 40 blends. I have every one of them and many more. I've had about 15 of the blends. And it's hard to order different ones because I so love the ones I get. And I drink it here in the studio every day. You can get it in the single-use cups. Some of the blends offer that. There is that dirty word, decaf. There is one option there. We don't want a lot of decaf around, but there is an option for that. A good smooth blend is the house or breakfast blend, the Bali Blue. Want something a little stiffer? Go with that whiskey aged coffee, the Mexico blend. Those are a little stiffer. Put the hair on your chest, as I say. Still has a great taste. But I love the coffee. Guess I need to reset Instagram so that it will continue to stream there. We will do that. Waiting on this Falcons pick. Who do they get? We will see. Falcons on the clock. Waiting on them. Waiting on them. I'm just now coming back in. The pick should be showing up here any second. Any second. Got to get the sponsors and all out of the way. That's important to do. They pay the bills. See who we got. Just coming back up. Falcon looks good up there on that stage. First time we've seen that. Falcons. There's the brain. Arthur Blank, Matt Ryan, all these guys in the brain trust here. Arthur went with a blue jacket tonight. He don't have the red one on. That's his Sunday jacket, the red one. He's got the blue one on for the draft. He normally goes either the red one or the kind of a black brown. Pick is in. Who are they sending out to announce it? The rest of see who the Jets. Avion Terrell, I told you, cornerback. And I talked about this earlier, this is the brother of AJ, Avion Clemson Jr. So they do go cornerback. This is a good pick. They talked about bookend. This was rumored before the draft that he would probably be available. He's the brother of the cornerback, AJ Terrell. Great cornerback for the Falcons. This is little brother. And they envision him locking down the other corner. This is a need. I told you they would probably do that, but it's not a bad pick. It's hitting a need. So Clemson with a lot of players in this pick draft as well. There he is. Ready to game. Hat flies off on the chest bump. Getting the big hug from family, brothers, friends, whoever those are. Vikings are on the clock. Jets, Panthers, Packers. It's almost a tongue twister. And so we'll see which way they decide to go. But this is a good pick. 2025 13 AP All-American. The Falcons have had trouble, on their defense, so they continue to work that defense. They feel like they've got enough offense to stop people. But they will need to address, for sure, offensive line and receiver with next picks in the draft. They need to do that. They need that desperately. Especially offensive line. And I really thought with the need on the offensive line, they might go there first. But I just had that feeling. I'd heard about this as well. There's some of the highlights of him at Clemson. So you can always use a guy who can man up, battle to the ball. So get some pressure on. Looks like he's really good at collapsing down. Put a nice hit on. A good solid pick. At this point in the draft, a good solid pick. Still really good talent. So there you go. Your Atlanta Falcons, Avion Terrell. He's 5'10", 186 pounds. Good size. Of course, his brother was the first round in 2020. He's athletic, fluid mover with clean transitions and enough speed to stay in phase on most vertical routes. He is most effective in press man coverage, where he mirrors release with timing and discipline, staying crowded to the route. He concedes 50-50s to bigger targets at times, but is a constant catch irritant with good technique on all three levels. He can play wide or inside and is willing in run support. You saw that in the highlights. He likes ideal size. He's not very tall at 5'10". He projects as an early starter thanks to his polished ball skills and coverage versatility. And so there you go, your Atlanta Falcons. So we will see. Panthers have moved up, and their pick is in. Then the Jets. I guess the Colts have decided they're just not going to pick anybody and keep trading down. Because this is what's happened. The Panthers pick is in as the Colts move down again now to pick 21, picking up some draft picks. At some point, you got to start drafting somebody. It's a little unusual for a team that has not been able to pick. So we'll see. Checking messages coming in. Here comes the Panthers pick. This is a team it's Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech senior. Another Texas Tech, a senior, Lee Hunter. Jets are on the clock, then the Vikings. Lee Hunter. To the Carolina Panthers. There he is. Looks like a big man. Let's give you some. He's 6'3.5", 318 pounds. He is a two-gapping nose tackle for odd or even fronts. He has the size, strength, and length to do battle in harder trenches, but requires better block take-on technique to sit firmer in his grasp. He won't win in the gaps, but he can stack and shed tackle blocks or slide and stabilize his run fit against his own blocks. So he's a big man. He's long. So somebody help plug the middle up. Jets are on the clock. Which way do the Jets go? That's after that Monroe Freeling pick on the first round. I like that pick for the Panthers. Now they go defensive side of the ball, inside, offense, getting in the trenches, fixing some things there. This young quarterback, young team, trying to get this thing turned around. They were traditionally a very good team every year. They have fell on hard times. Little highlight again of Avion Terrell getting that hat knocked off. Maybe that is his brother. I don't have the sound up. Maybe that is the brother that plays for the Falcons. They're going to be playing together. That's a cool moment. That's a cool moment. He's got his brother there to help coach him on the field. You don't always get to see this. Falcons fans will not be happy they didn't select the Georgia player, a wide receiver, but I think they can appreciate the talent here and the fact he's playing with his brother. Brothers playing together interesting. They can kind of read off each other, or sometimes you can't as much as other people. Just that intuitive thing you have with family members, you just kind of know. And they will know how to read each other. They've been doing this their whole lives. And so that's cool. And he gets some years to play with him before he moves, Terrell moves on. That's nice. They can really market off of that. It's really good. The Jets on the clock. It is a commercial. So we'll see. We'll take the time and review. David Bailey, again, edge at number 2. Kenrod Sutton, that great tight end from Oregon. And Omar Cooper at receiver. That's what they have done so far. Jets have done nice. I really like what they've done so far. And who do they add to it? The pick is in, waiting for the commercial to end. Vikings on the clock. Then the Packers, then the Colts, maybe. The Colts keep throwing up the white flag and moving back and says, anybody have a pick they want to trade to us? We'll move back. So, we'll see. I've never seen this where a team moves back this much that's not even picked yet. I mean, they're going to get a lot of picks at some point because they're adding picks. The pick is in for the Jets. Could they be in a market here? Probably not yet. I would think it'd be the next round for the earliest for a quarterback since they got their boy, but he's going to need some help. And I'm not too thrilled. Don't think highly of what they got there behind him. They got the edge, got the receiver. Who knows? Maybe offensive line. Here we go. The Jets. Showing some highlights from day one. We'll see. David Bailey was the highest rated Texas Tech player in this era. Really nice. Jets fans, they'll be talking smack. Look at us. We are NFL. We're New York. Let hear us roar. Pick is being announced. They're fixing to walk out. Somebody's going to get a heck of a receiver in Branch. I'm telling you. I didn't really expect him to slide this far. Curtis Martin. Boy, I enjoyed watching him play. Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2012. It's D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Indiana, junior. D'Angelo Pons. So again, hitting some needs all over the field. Talk about short, 5'8", 182 pounds. He's productive cornerback trapped in a smaller body, but he's not lacking in confidence or coverage tenacity. Tremendously competitive and winning seems to follow him at every stop. He does good on the press release, good slide quickness, has the speed to stay in phase as routes travel vertically. Eye discipline, instincts, and trigger quickness fuel his zone work and catch disruption, size limitations. Yeah, he'll probably be a nickel. I cannot imagine they would go one-on-one with him on a corner. So be a great nickel player. That's good for them. Vikings are on the clock. Packers next. Then the Colts, maybe. Then the Eagles. Another team we haven't heard from, the Jaguars, pick number 56 overall, 24th in the round. Interesting to see where they go. Hello, Jake. How you doing, buddy? So we'll see the Vikings on the clock. Fellow podcaster from the great state of Mississippi. How you doing, Jake? Pick is in. Packers on the clock. Jets fans look happy. He had 50 tackles, 2 interceptions, 10 pass broken up from that great team there of Indiana. Got to be a champion. Jets fans will hope he can be a champion again. Look at the Vikings. What do they do here? You know, we look at the first round. You know, they got that really good defensive tackle from Florida, Caleb Banks. Where do they go with this pick? They also need they also have wide receiver listed. Do they Good job. Okay, Jake. Good. Pick is in. They have not announced yet. We're waiting for them to walk out. Got to give the announcers time to talk. The Minnesota Vikings. I can hear that. I can hear that sound now. Uh, Resting right now. No big change. Still needs a lot of prayer. That'd be the update there, Jake. That's the update. Keep praying. Jake Golday, linebacker, another linebacker. Got a little run of linebackers going in the second round. Cincinnati senior to the Vikings. Packers on the clock. Colts are coming up, maybe. Will they finally make a pick in the draft? The Packers, their first pick, right? I don't think they had a first rounder. Which way do they go? They should be anxious after waiting all this time. I mean, you would think they would be happy to get this pick in pretty fast. Yeah, they have no picks. They only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They got 7 or 8, I think, for the draft. We'll see which way they go. The pick is in. The Colts are on the clock. If they don't trade it, they've done this twice. Oh no. Don't worry about asking, Jake. No problems asking. That's just the thing. No big updates. Always like people to ask. She just still needs a lot of prayer. She's good. She's comfortable. Fix take a break. I got to get up and change her. Make sure she's on the right Braves game. Not watching a rerun. Take a restroom break. Play some music. We'll catch up the picks. Let's get the Packers and Colts, and then we'll put a little song on. We'll be right back. Hopefully it'll play while I'm gone for the length. I'm the one that has to change the thing. Everybody else don't know what she wants. But I know what she wants. After 40 years of marriage, I should know what channel she likes. And I do. It's been fun. Hey, Jess on Instagram. We're trying to keep that one up. Right now they're kicking us after an hour like they used to do. We had to reset our channel. Do some changes, but we just put it right back up. No big problems. Packers. Of course, C.J. Allen would be a great pick by Packers. That would be a great player for them. They do not list linebackers. Linebacker is not listed as a need. Sometimes you take the best available. The Colts, however, do need a linebacker. This would be a good spot for him to go. I thought he has fallen a little bit far. He's a tremendous player. He's a little bit of do everything. He doesn't leave the field. He didn't in college. He's a 3 and 4 down player. He can play really good in coverage. He's really quick. He sheds blocks quickly. He gets to the runs really quick. He can also pass rush at times. They've used him that way. He's a very versatile player. A lot of heart. Gives you everything he's got. He's a smart player. Plays within himself, but plays with passion. He's just a solid human. And somebody needs to pick this kid. This young man. I'm 60. I can call them all kids. Absolutely. So we'll see. Which way did the Packers go? Not a lot of Georgia players will be picked. There's a handful. We mentioned Zachariah, still out there. That's one of them. There's a couple others. Tate is out there. That's another really good player. Another really good player that I like. Overcame some things. Come back. He's be a good player for somebody to pick up. Be a little bit later in the draft, I think. Not right now, but he's definitely going to be on an NFL team. So we'll see. They kill him with the commercial. I know they got paid for it, but Be the Colts, Eagles, Chargers. Looks like the Colts haven't traded out of it, so I think they're finally going to make their first pick. So we have two teams that are making their first picks in the draft: the Packers and the Colts. Got to pay for the bills up there. All right, they're coming back in. The pick is in. Which way do they go? Yeah, they got C.J. Allen. Mel has him as his number one, best available. McCoy's still out there. Yes. Zachariah Branch is number 5. These are all players that I've mentioned quite frequently. They're not going to go much further, you would think. I'm telling you, he looks like C.J. Allen would make a great Packer. But they didn't do that. They went for Brandon Cisse for the cornerback from South Carolina, junior, SEC again. The pick is in for the Colts, and the Eagles are on the clock. So Brandon Cisse, how do you say it? Sissy? Sissy? I want to call him a sissy. That's what it looks like. Cornerback, South Carolina, to Green Bay. And he is 5'11", 3/4", 189 pounds. Teams want to be taking a chance on his explosive athleticism and upside, but a refinement runway might be needed to smooth some of the rougher edges. He's scheme versatile in coverage and is an A-rated run supporter. Work ethic and athletic testing will be working in his favor. However, a lack of instincts and break anticipation will cost him in coverage against quality route runners. His press will become a more effective weapon with technical work. So there we go. There's a little bit about him. So Packer says we're going defense. We're going cornerback. That's the first pick in the NFL draft for 2026 for the Green Bay Packers. The Indianapolis Colts on the clock. Their pick is in. Could this be where C.J. Allen goes? They do need a list linebacker, or it's listed for them as a need. Yeah, I think Brandon will be a guy that can grow. Oh, they're going to put him down. He's got the tears, from yesterday. All the media and fans. What is wrong with all these men crying? Leave him alone. He's now a Green Bay Packer. Family there. Very nice. The pick is in for the Colts. Eagles on the clock. One of the thrills of my life, I didn't get to meet him. I went to me and Mr. Cook, Cowboy Cook, who's a friend of the program, has been on shows. It's been a long time, but he's been on shows. Here we go. The Colts are picking. I'll finish that story in a minute. I've told it before. We went to a Legends quarterback thing in Nashville one time. And I will finish that in a second. Here we go. The Colts. Who do they select? Sometimes they have to look like a tennis match because Pat McAfee, that former Colt. They're waiting on him to quit talking. He's getting them fired up. Hey, we got some stormtroopers in there. Or no, it's not a stormtrooper, is it? That's what's his name? Somebody will get on me. That's not a stormtrooper. There it is. C.J. Allen, linebacker, Georgia. Way to go. Good pick. You're going to love this guy. Pat McAfee will be pleased with this pick from the University of Georgia. Finally, 21st in this round, 53 overall, 6 foot, 230, green dot linebacker and team captain, more capable of rowing the boat than making big splashes. Allen plays with toughness and control, sorting through run fits with patience and leverage in pursuit. He has average trigger quickness and pursuit speed, which forced him to work harder to get to junction points when facing climbing blockers. He's adequate size and strength. All this, blow all this up. Every time they list a guy like that, I'm telling you, I know this kid. I've watched him play for all this time. This is a guy that will become whatever he needs to be to make sure he's a winner. He's a team guy. He'll do everything that he's asked to do, and he will not complain. He will help rally. He's full of. This is a good pick. Remember, they always say about these guys, they're too little, they're too this, they're too that. That's the ones that'll come out. They're a Colt, baby. 6 foot 230. Give me that. I like it. I know his heart. He displayed it. He's look at he's side to side. He's not gonna be trailing, goofing off on plays. He's back there in coverage. Broke up there on that one. Again, everybody you get ain't gonna have all the 5 intangibles, whatever. This guy has a little bit of everything, and he has the main thing. He's a winner. He plays intelligently. He plays within his abilities and the team, what they've asked him to do, and he will work his tail off. C.J. Allen, Indianapolis Colts. Eagles. The Chargers are on the clock. This commercial will take a quick break. It won't be gone long. You gotta have a restroom break, right? I love this. I'm happy for him. Yes, I'm a Georgia fan, but I like all these players. I'm not against any players. I'm happy for them making their jump to the NFL. They're living the dreams that so many would love to do, and they're not able to. Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt. So we have our second tight end. He's a senior. He's a good one too, Stowers. Vanderbilt, starting to put a good product on the field now. Very good product. Ask Alabama. To the Eagles, SEC, baby. They love them SEC players. Eli Stowers, tight end. He is 6'3" 3/4", 239. He's explosive quarterback convert with just 3 years at the tight end position. He's an excellent athlete with long arms, but needs to keep filling out his frame. Oh, they'll feed him. He's a natural pass catcher with an outstanding catch radius and massive run after catch talent. So he's got some growing to do, some learning to do. But the Eagles got a lot. Notice the Eagles are taking care of some business on the offensive side of the ball, just in case their big receiver A.J. Brown wants to leave. If he wants to stay, they got all that talent. If he wants to leave, they're making sure they got some weapons. Chargers pick is in. The Jaguars are on the clock. Their first pick. Let's see where the Jaguars go. Had a nice season. Chargers need offensive line, edge, defensive line, cornerback, wide receiver. That pick is in. And they got the first round, number 22 pick, Akeem Messador, the edge from Miami. Good pick. Let's see if they match with it. And the Jaguars are on the clock. That pick is in. A trade alert. Well, they trade the pick to New England. Oh, boy. Let's see here. I guess that would be the 31st pick. So they move up several spots when this officially switches over. You can even see in that little video where his family's talking on the phone with the team. You can see him. He just has that look, that leadership, the ability. So everybody quiet down a bit. It's important, He knows how to hold his emotions and stay within himself, even in that moment, making sure he's, talking this way. This is why he's a captain. Why he's a captain. All right, there it lists the pick is in for the Patriots. They've got all kinds of little things going on. Had a great season, obviously. Edge, offensive line, defensive line, tight end, wide receiver. I think the coach is still there for the weekend. I don't think he leaves till tomorrow to get his counseling. It helps. I had that mixed up last night. My brain was tired. Sorry, Titans fans, but it's Patriots. This is a good team. They've been good for a long time. They would dip down a little bit. Legendary coach leaves. Vrabel definitely brought toughness there. They made just a tremendous season. I do not like the Patriots at all, but again, I won't bash them. These teams, I want to, see who they get, cheer for these young men as they go in. Of course, there is the commercial, and we will use that opportunity to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and then we'll catch up and give some commentary on that. We'll be right back with All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Got in trade, the big trade. It's a big package for Illinois. You're hearing it and playing it. Anyway, saw a big trade. Gave Jackets to the edge from Illinois senior to the Patriots. The tight end, another tight end from Texas A&M senior, Nate Boer-Kircher, to the Jags. Their first pick, the Bears pick is in. Then the 49ers are on the clock. But a huge trade occurred during this drought. Eagles making things happen. It is things were happening really fast. I thought, I can't believe this. We'll get the news on that. There's also been another trade. Today, the 49ers trade D. Winters to the Cowboys for a 5th-round pick. So that has occurred. The Cowboys have been looking for a middle linebacker. They've been trying to get Quay Walker, Devin Lloyd, and Nakobe Dean, which Philly ain't giving them up. But we see that trade happen in this trade that just occurred. Jaden Reed just got a 3-year contract extension for the Packers. Very nice. $50 million extension. So there you go. Let's see here. Trying to get the details. There were some picks involved. We'll see. They'll be talking about it in a minute. Let's not get behind here. The Bears, the pick is in. The 49ers on the clock, as we said. The Braves have made somewhat of a comeback, still losing 3-2. They are at bat in the bottom of the 6. It's 3-2 Phillies. The hits are even. No errors in the game. McCoy's still out there. Branch still out there. Among some other players, that's two that I think needs to come off board pretty quick. Texans will be back. Then the Bears again. And the Rams. This round only has a few picks left. They're going really fast. Actually, I wish the first one was like this. I like the speed of it. You just keep going. Bears list safety, offensive line, edge, defensive line, and wide receiver as needs. And of course, we talked about some of those needs already having been met. So we're seeing Bears are excited. I mean, the Bears fans, they've done very well in rebuilding this team, which had struggled for so long. Never could get consistent play out of the quarterback. We got their man. He's done a great job. There's still some work to do. They need some offensive line help for sure. And then we see the Browns have jumped up, so we have had another trade, I believe. The Bears have taken who? Logan Jones, center, Iowa, senior. They did go offensive line. The Browns are on the clock, then the Texans, then the Bears again. This is a good Bears kind of pick. One of those good, tough Iowa players, at center, a senior, Logan Jones. To the Bears, he looks like a bear. 6'2". They say 299. Come on, man. You know that dude's 3. There's no way he's sitting at 299. We see him. Iowa always has really good players in the trenches. A lot of ball control. That's all. Usually, they really try for the low scoring games. They really pound you. He opened some big holes. So the Bears are hoping he can do that. But most importantly, but protect the quarterback. The quarterback was on the move a whole lot last year. And that may have cost them. The Browns pick is in. The Texans on the clock, like we said. So we'll see. Bears getting a nice 1-2 punch here. Browns have been very busy. Emmanuel McNeil Warren was listed as one of those best available. Toledo, senior, another senior. That's last four picks have been seniors. Excuse me, last 5 have been seniors. Safety. 6'3", 201. Long downhill safety capable of bolstering a team's run defense and playing enforcer over the middle. McNeil Warren is most valuable when playing near the line of scrimmage or in robber positioning. He anticipates well in covers and is quick to closing receivers, but will need to be protected by scheme to prevent speed mismatches. So he's going to be one of those really playing close to the line, run defense, working across the field side to side, and maybe occasionally even come down and blitzing. So the Texans pick is in. The Titans again on the clock. So there you go. Highlights for Emmanuel McNeil Warren. It's become a thing. You've seen a lot of people, players now with a hyphenated name. That's not something you used to see a lot. No, I'm not making a comment either way about it. It's just something I've noticed that I've seen that pop up a little more and more. Texans pick is in. Titans on the clock. Then the Rams. Who selected a quarterback first round. They list wide receiver, offensive line, linebacker, edge, and quarterback. So we will see. We shall see what we shall see. Thank you for the like on Rumble, whoever gave that. I appreciate that. Hello, Jess. Hope you're still out there. On Instagram, I'm the Cornbread Man, Dave, the Cornbread Man. Thank you, Angry Conservative 1981 on the Rumble content creator. Great American. Went to Ohio State. He lives in the great state of Alabama now. Loves America. He gave me that name, the Cornbread Man. The Texans pick is in. Marlon Klein, tight end, another tight end. Michigan, redshirt junior. I think this is tight end number 4. Marlon Klein. Whoops, I'm knocking things over here. My phone buzzed and fell. Titans and the Rams and the Broncos. Another team, very tough team. So they get the tight end. As we look at the teams again, let me pull this back up. And the Houston Texans. So Keelan Rutledge, remember they got the guard from Georgia Tech, senior, first round, earlier this evening. Caden McDonald, massive defensive tackle, Ohio State. Now the tight end from Michigan, Marlon Klein. Marlon Klein. Congratulations, young man. You are now an NFL player. Titans pick is in. Pull these back up. Waiting on the Titans pick to come in. The Royals are beating the Angels 4-0 in the 4th. The Pirates are winning 3-0 for the Brewers. Bottom of the 5th. Nationals 2-1 over the White Sox. Top of the 5th. Athletics over the Rangers 3-0 top of the 4th. Yankees 4-1 over the Stros 4-1. Mariners 1-0 over the Cardinals. Some action later. We also have the Cleveland beating the Blue Jays 8-4. Orioles over the Red Sox 9-3. Tigers over the Reds 5-2. Rockies over the Mets 4-1, as we said. Rays over the Twins 4-1. Yes, the Phillies are still 3-2 over the Bravos, Titans, and Commercial. Tennessee Titans. New stadium on the way. New stadium on the way. So far, they have obviously the great Cornell Tate, the wide receiver of Ohio State, and Keldrick Faulk late. Came back up in the first round late. Keldrick Faulk, edge, pick number 31, junior from Auburn. So where will they go now? We will see. We'll see in about 30 seconds. You know, the Phillies would like to get payback on the Braves for beating up on them up there in Philly. And right now, I remember the fan made the video. You may not have seen the video, but he's running that mouth. Yeah, like nobody even knows who the Braves pitchers are. They think they're going to be in the playoffs. We will be in the playoffs. They won't be in the playoffs. Whatever he said, just running his mouth. Cracks me up. But so far tonight. Oh, the Braves have won ahead 4-3. They have a runner on second, 2 out. Acuña's at the bat. There's a home run in this game. 2 RBIs and a run. Runner's now on third. But maybe they got out of the inning. Oh, he stole third. So Mateo stole third. So we'll see. The Titans, we're still waiting. I think it's been more than 30 seconds. Then the Rams, then the Broncos, then the Chargers, and Seahawks will end the round. Titans. You want to put a winner on the field, new stadium. Nashville's a moving place. A lot of people moving in the area. They got the Predators there. They probably need a baseball team. Country music, along with Branson. Nashville will say it is the home of country music. Years ago, they had the Opryland theme park. I went there. My oldest son was not born yet, but we were there. Of course, I've never been to the Opry. I'd like to go one day. We should have done it years ago. We just didn't do it. Didn't take the time. When you get sometimes Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker, Texas Junior, the Titans go defense, go linebacker, 6'2", 238. It's a 3-down linebacker with a playing demeanor and production of a future Pro Bowler. Well, they're throwing out the accolades here. 31.5 total tackles for loss, 17 sacks, 8 forced fumbles in his 3 seasons at Texas, making an impact in every phase. Instinctive, athletic, under control, transitioning seamlessly from read to react to finish. He plays with downhill thump to thwart interior blocks and the speed to pursue runners from sideline to sideline, plus cover talent in man or zone, proven credentials as a blitzer or edge rusher, and finishes plays as a strong, reliable tackler. Now we'll see. 6'2", 238. If I can speak, we have to the Tennessee Titans. The Rams pick is in. The Broncos are on the clock. We know the Rams pick Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama. Where will they go in round number 2? 29th pick in the round, 61 overall. Do they go defense or do they go get that wide receiver? There is a question about Nakua. I think he'll be ready. He has had some problems. He's in rehab. This might be a spot that they think will better get one while they're still there. But they did go offense, but not receiver. But they go Max Clary, tight end, Ohio State, another Ohio State. Redshirt junior, Max Clary, tight end to the Los Angeles Rams. They did go offense. So some more weapons there on the offensive side of the ball. 5 tight ends, I think it is now. That's sounds like a lot, really, at this point in the draft. But there was supposed to be some really deep in the field for tight ends as well. And there's still some names out there I know that are going to be drafted. So we're seeing a lot of linebackers, tight ends, linemen, quarterbacks, with a receiver or 2 sprinkled in the round. A little bit on defensive. A lot of defense, a little bit of offense. Broncos are on the clock. They're showing that tight end from Ohio State. He can get out and block. He can catch. And the Bills are on the clock. We've seen a change again. The Bills are on the clock. So the Broncos have traded out into the next round, I guess. Round 3. Interesting. Because the Bills have a top pick very early in the 3rd round. They are on the clock. They pick again. Oh, there it is. I made the switch. Okay, the Broncos take their number 2 in the 3rd round, and the Bills move up. They got somebody they want. They're fearing somebody's going to take them. So we'll see. Round 2 is almost over. They're still on the clock. List of needs: edge, offensive line, linebacker, safety, wide receiver. Male list: linebacker, wide receiver, edge, cornerback. Showing his best offensive lineman left. see. There's a Georgia lineman. I think it's a little early for him. He's pretty solid. Be interested to see where he goes. The Buffalo Bills. Chargers, Seahawks, then the round will be over. And we're going to the third round. IHOP. I'm not a big fan. I've probably only been to IHOP maybe 3 times in my whole life. I'm not here to bash. I'm just saying it's not my place to go. The pick is in. The Chargers are on the clock. The Bills have been moving a lot. That's like the Colts. They moved back and up. I know they moved up. I think they moved back once. Let's see here. But it's a commercial. Don't forget in the morning. It's the Cornbread Man and Biscuit Boy morning show. 8:30. We'll kick that off. If we have time, we'll do a second show. I am working tomorrow. I am able to work for the first time on Saturday in a while. I'm glad. It's nice to get paid. Sometimes you need all you can get. Appreciate all of you stopping in. Thank you so much. Watching along. Give us a little watch time. Appreciate that. Give us a like, follow, share. The Braves are now 5-3. Schwarber's at the plate. Bummer's in. 2 strikes on the big home run man. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a K. The Braves in the bottom of the 6th took the lead from them. They'll be mad about that. Too bad. It's been the Braves' MO this year. They get behind, come storming back. 3rd time through the lineup. That's right about that time. It's worked for them. Bills, Chargers, Seahawks. For 62 players, or it's almost going to be 62 in the Bills pick. 62 players whose lives are forever changed. Now, sometimes a lot of players only make it 2 or 3 years. But you know what? 2 or 3 years is enough to change your life. I mean, if you're smart with your money, you take the signing bonus. I mean, you know, you're talking about being able to go ahead and get your house paid for, put away money and savings, you know, start a family, play as long as you can, and then go into your career that you want to do. If you're smart, if you don't pay the posse, you don't buy everybody a new car and a house. It's Davidson, Igbino's son, cornerback, Ohio State. Man, another Ohio State player, senior. Davison, Igbino's son? Hope I didn't butcher that too much. The Chargers are on the clock. The Seahawks will be up soon. And we'll have the second round in the books. Ohio State. The Chargers look happy. Their fans. You know, usually they do cheer. Sometimes they boo because they wanted somebody that's a homegrown talent that they just love, or they really were for a position. They've read all the mock drafts and they think they're going to take this guy, and then the team goes another direction. It was a smoke screen all the way, and they'll boo. But most of the time, fans are like, yay, we got another player. We're the best. We're going to win the Super Bowl. It's always fun for a fresh start. Till you get in week 1 and you can't move the ball. You turn it over and you lose, 48-9 or something. Then you're like, what happened? So let's see. Chargers still haven't decided on their pick. Then the Seahawks. It's still crazy to me, and I guess they make it work. That 2, the pick is in. That 2 teams play in the same stadium. I know that's a massive stadium, but that's just weird to me. Saves the fans, the taxpayers money. I get that. Well, I don't know if it saves them money, but it saves them from having to pay even more than they're already being charged. Saves them that way, but they're still giving out a lot of money in these things. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Waiting on the TV to catch up here. It's a beautiful location. Pick is in. Seahawks on the clock. Walking to the podium. There's the Chargers faithful. And they're moving pretty quickly. I mean, I don't think Miam's using up all the clock. I think they're moving pretty quick. They know who they want. They might take a phone call or two. The ones that took longer is they're working out deals, but most of them are moving pretty quick. Looks like there's about 40 guys in the room, cameramen and all in their war room. And who are they going? Where are they going to? Man, they're taking forever. Pick is in. We know that. Let's go. It's weird they're taking so long. Well, it's Jake Slaughter. I know him, the center from Florida, senior. Center, Jake Slaughter. There we go. And the Seahawks are on the clock. And the pick is in. As soon as the Chargers get out of the way. That's a good name for a center, Jake Slaughter. SEC. The Gator sign. You got to have a good center. Quarterback of the line. Sending the signals out, getting, all the things they have to do. The quarterback has a lot. The center has a lot as well. And those two working in unison, it's a beautiful thing. Because defenses will disguise. They will change right before the snap. They're trying to disguise their blitz packages. The center a lot of times notices a movement and says, hey, wait a minute. And he starts giving orders, really quick. Sometimes the quarterback's changing the plays, making sure everybody's set. And if it's a shotgun formation, he's got to consider all that and have a good spin on the ball back to the quarterback is something he can handle really well and get to blocking. They have a lot going on, the centers do. We'll see who the Seahawks take to close the round after the commercial. They do that every time. That cracks me up. Got to hold them in suspense. A little bit of baseball again. Tigers 5-3 over the Reds. Orioles 9-3 over the Red Sox. Cleveland 8-6 over the Blue Jays. Blue Jays been coming back some here. The Rockies 4-1 over the Mets. The Mets, even though they've won a couple, still a rough year for them. If they lose this, that'd be 9-17. Rays all over the Twins 6-1. 5-3 Braves over the Phillies. It is still, it's the top of the seventh. 2 outs. Bummer still on. Marshall's at the plate. Man on base. Royals 5-0 over the Angels. Pirates 4-0 over the Brewers. Nationals 3-1 over the Sox. Athletics 3-1 over the Rangers. Yankees 5-1 over the Astros. And the Mariners are 2-0 over the Cardinals. A little bit later, Cubs and Dodgers, Marlins and Giants. Marlins and the Giants could use a win, especially the Giants. They've come back some. They're still 11-14. They're 5-8 at home. You think that'd be a strength for them? In contrast, the Dodgers are 9-3 at home. They're 17-8 overall, with the second best record in baseball. Because who has the best? Yes, the Atlanta Braves, 18-8. Need this game to maintain that cushion, and we will see. All right. Who to the Seahawks? The pick is in. We're waiting. Getting through the little commercial for the draft. Imagine all the sales that are generated when a draft occurs. All these top picks, and they get them in the uniform of the team. And I mean, those players, those fans that are really, they try to get that stuff. That'd be an interesting. I mean, outside of Mendoza, I wonder who would be the one rookie jersey that would sell the most, because I kind of think Mendoza's would for right now. But it's still amazing to me that Zachariah Branch is still out there, and McCoy. Well, they went Bud Clark, TCU senior safety. The Seahawks did Bud Clark. On to round 3. Cardinals are on the clock. Broncos up next. Then the Raiders, Eagles, Bears, 49ers. Falcons will pick number 15th in this round, 79th overall. So we'll see. And the Bears have a couple of picks in this round, I believe. Yeah, 2 picks in the 3rd round. It was a team I seen. I don't remember who it was. They had like 4 picks in one round. I got to think some of them will get traded. Bud Clark. 6 foot, 188. I'm a big fan of asking people about their names. And, usually 99% of the time there's a story behind the name. Last name, where'd it come from, that, but the first name or middle name. And I would like to, you just think that Bud, that'd be somebody, he's named after somebody. So a lot of people are. Sometimes they're not. People come up with creative different names nowadays. They want to name their kid something different. They're always trying to find variations of something that they think nobody has till they find out 5 other babies have it and they get mad. But it would be, I would like to know where Bud got his name. You just got to think there's a little story there. I don't know it, but it'd be interesting to hear it. I think, and I've heard so many great stories. I've heard some people say, I don't know. People say they love their name, they hate their name. I met a girl once, her name was Amity. And yes, her mother was a big fan of the Amityville Horror, and that's why she named her Amity. And she hated her name. But I think that's a pretty name. They're rolling out some service people, waving them flags, some of them. They got to get all their little groups in and everything. So another delay. The Cardinals are on the clock. The Cardinals for the draft, they definitely, came in needing some things. And so far, they have maybe the best player in all the draft. Maybe. Certainly his position he is, but he may be the best overall. Jeremiah Love, junior from Notre Dame. Great pick. Then they picked the guard to help block for him, Chase Besantis, in the 2nd round, pick number 2. So now they have the first pick in the 3rd round, number 65 overall. And they have a total of 4 other picks besides this. Some teams have a just horrible. They don't have hardly any picks. The Falcons only had 5 coming into the draft. One of those went to Avion Terrell. We're still going through military honors for young people or something. So I imagine Mr. Branch is very upset right now. He's going to be playing with a chip on his shoulders to show teams they have made a mistake. Cardinals list quarterback, offensive line, edge, D line, linebacker as needs, or it's listed for them by the people who analyze. Cardinals need a lot. They really do need a lot. They need to get. They're kind of moving in the right direction, but maybe not. There at one time, that was a really good team, but it through injuries and just some things that didn't work out, they have fallen back. A lot of history of it. It's an old team. Went through a lot of changes, but we'll see. The pick is in. Broncos on the clock. We're celebrating America 250. That's great. I love it. NFL said we better highlight the flag, America, apple pie, mom. Gotta get the fans back on our side. We made them mad. We don't want to make the president mad. Make sure we do something patriotic. It's kind of funny to put it this deep in the draft, though. Honestly, I think you would. And this is Pittsburgh is a city who would embrace that. They would love that. Maybe should have been a little earlier, though. But at least they got it. What a complex. It's it's going to be weird. A lot of teams go through changes and their identity changes. And there he is. The Cardinals get their quarterback, Carson Beck. First pick in the third round. He's going to love that warm weather. It gets closer to the West Coast. This is a good spot for him. Broncos pick is in. Raiders on the clock. Carson Beck from the University of Georgia and the University of Miami. Wow. Didn't really expect that one at that spot. It's a great pick. Will it work out? We will see. He has the tools. Some say he's not a starter. But you're taking him here. You're saying he's a possibility of a starter. 6'4", 233. He has the arm. He's a smart kid. He's a little bit oddball. They've described him as a loner. Look at that. Look at that arm. He can do it. At times he has made bad decisions on throws. Some gunslingers do that. But look at this, how easily he was able to put that up there. He has the arm. He is a gunslinger. But he needs to be in a system where he does get to throw a lot. Nice run there. He's got some wheels. He had a great season. Didn't end great, but he had a great season. 37-6 as a starter. 72% completion percentage. Third and he has the tools. It's all about in his head. They must have felt like he answered all the questions right. This is not a bad place for him to go. It is third round. Probably if he had done a little bit better on some of that stuff, he would have certainly went the second round. But there are, the third round was a place where quarterbacks may start to go again. They've talked about this. And the Arizona Cardinals needed a quarterback, and they get theirs, Carson Beck. University of Miami by way of Georgia. Senior from the great state. I think Carson came from Georgia. Maybe I'm wrong. Or was he Calicut? I can't remember. Let's see what they say about him. 3-year starter, where there's a share of ups and downs. He has an NFL caliber size and a lot of experience playing in high leverage games, and he has. He recovered from a 2024 UCL surgery, his throwing elbow. He appeared to lose some drive velocity on deep balls and move throws. He'll come back. It takes a year. Showed more maturity in his decision making and that year with Miami. Pressure can pull him back into old habits, He spins a catchable ball with compact release, but spotty accuracy leads to pass breakups and lower conversion rate. He's a good backup with the potential to earn a starting job down the road, but he must continue to develop game managing instincts. I don't disagree with any of that. I really don't. Not at all. And the Broncos have selected Tyler Oynadum, defensive tackle, Texas A&M, senior. Raiders pick is in, Eagles on the clock. Then the Bears. The Bears. So we're clicking along here. Raiders pick is in, Eagles on the clock. The Raiders, so far, of course, Fernando Mendoza and Traydon Stoops, safety. Which way do they go? Well, we'll see. We're going to wait for the highlights to play on the previous young man. See where he goes, or not what he does, or what he's done, and can he replicate it? To the Broncos. Well, you got get used to some thin air. The Mile High Stadium, which I know it has a corporate name now. It's to their advantage. Some teams come in and they're gassed by the fourth quarter. You play there a lot and you live there, you get used to it, you build up, learn how to deal with that. It really messes with teams. It's a hard place to play. Beautiful, beautiful location. All right, Kenron Crawford, the edge from Auburn, senior to the Raiders. Karen Crawford. Karen Crawford. Edge, Auburn. Senior. Eagles pick is in. Bears are on the clock. Eagles are wasting no time. They're waiting for them to get this announced up so they can move ahead with their pick. All right. 6'4", 253. In your face. Here he comes. On the highlight. Nice way to seal that corner. Oh, yeah, they had to show one against Georgia, of course. Taking on the running back. I remember that play. I remember that game very well, as we watch all games for Georgia. Got a lot of energy, a lot of passion, we'll call it. Where do the Eagles go this time? They pulled the they pulled them one in the first round. A lot of some people didn't like that. If they went and got Mekhi Lemon, USC wide receiver, then Eli Stores, tight end from Vanderbilt. Where do they go now? The pick is in. The Bears are on the clock. Then the 49ers. Then Washington. Probably a commercial. If I had to guess. And it is. Let's look at baseball again. Braves are still 5-3 up. And the Phillies are batting now in the top of the 8th. So they need 6 outs. They already got one of those, 5 outs. Braves have one more hit than the Phillies, 9-8. No errors in the game. It's 2-2 count with 1 out to Bohm. See if there's any change in scores. White Sox and Nationals 3-2. Athletics 6-1 over the Rangers. Yankees now 5-2 over the Stros. Mariners and the Cardinals are tied at 2. Into the 4th. Rays over the Twins 6-2. Mets still losing 4-3 to the Rockies for right now. Blue Jays 8-6 losing to Cleveland. Orioles are killing the Sox. Bottom of the 7th 9-3. The Tigers 5-3 over the Reds. Reds have been pretty hot. Tigers have been coming on, but they're 4-10 away from their home stadium. Let's see here. All right, they lost him. There's a man on first for the Phillies. Crawford's at the plate. There's one out. Went one on first. Ball one. This is where the Braves got to be careful. It's only 2 runs. They did good. They come from down 3-2. And they're now winning 5-3 in the top of the 8th in Atlanta. The Atlanta Braves. 18-8 overall, 8-4 at home. First Braves game I ever went to in my life. My dad took me. Took me and my friend. It was a guys trip. I don't think my mom even cared about going. Went down. Big rain cloud comes over the old Fulton County Stadium. We watched that thing for like 3 innings, just keep creeping over. Lightning started. Here come the rain, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained. We got under the overhangs and stuff, and we waited and we waited. My dad says, I got to work tomorrow. He said, I'm going to go ask somebody. And he went and asked somebody, and they said, do you think it'll rain out? And they said, yeah, it's going to be a rain out. It'll be a makeout. There's no way. We decided to leave, got in the car. We were halfway home. The game started up. My dad was so mad. No another game there. So that was my first one. But I've been in many games in the Fulton County. I'm glad I got to experience that. In Turner Field, they're in the same spot. And then now up in Cobb County. Eagles pick was Markel Bell, offensive tackle, Miami senior. Getting some help for Hurts. The Bears pick is in. 49ers on the clock. Markel Bell, offensive tackle, Miami senior. There he is on screen. There you go. Yeah, I got to see a lot of games in the I've seen 1 or 2 in the new one. I haven't got to go a lot. But in the first game I went to, they were playing the Nationals. And I went up to the very top of the stadium. I had some good seats, but I wanted to go up. I wanted to see the top. And you can stand up there and eat food and stuff. It's way up there. I got to see a lot of home runs because the Nationals were crushing home runs. Later in the game, the Braves kind of came back. I don't think they won, but I got to see Riley smash one. We were right there on the second row in the outfield, right field, beautiful spot. It was a lot of fun. Love the Battery. So much you can shop at, look at, walk around, take pictures, videos. It's a beautiful location. Don't like the parking situation, but that's like that just about anywhere now. They don't think about that too much. All right, the Bears pick is in. The 49ers are on the clock. Washington, as I said, they're coming up. Here comes the Bears. I got a feeling they're just going to keep hitting these needs that they have. They know what they got. They don't need much. They just need backups and players that can come along and help fill a need. Bringing some fans out here to make the announcement with their Bears shirts on. Little man there, he's got like a chain with a Bears thing on. It looks like it's big enough a guy would wear. Big smile on his face. But it's not been announced yet because they're still talking. We usually are just ahead of that. Sam Roush, another tight end from Stanford, senior. That's another Bears kind of pick. So they're really working that. 49ers pick is in. Commanders are on the clock. So Sam Roush, tight end, Stanford. Yeah. Should have brought another water over here. So we're up to the 6th pick in the 3rd round of the 2026 draft. We'll go through this round. The rest will be tomorrow. Rounds 4 through. They still do 7? I think it's 7. Or maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, it's still 7. I thought I was second guessing myself. 49ers, which way do they go? Love seeing these tight ends. I'm a big fan of the tight end position. I love what they can do. They're game breakers and wreckers. They can do so many things operating in the flats. They're so helpful on runs, freeing up receivers, the so-called pick play, which is not a pick play. I mean, receivers do it, but tight ends do that a lot. Masking, staying on the line, then going out. I just think of there's so many good ones. I mean, there are some that almost lead their team in receptions and yards. They're so gifted. I think of Kelsey and how good he's done. Andrews, many more. Now these guys are getting their chance to show what they can do in the draft. Romello Height, edge, Texas Tech. Boy, that's got to be a record for Texas Tech in the first 3 rounds. Senior, Romello. Man, that's a tongue twister for me. Romello Height, Texas Tech. There he is, 6'2", 239. Edge to the 49ers. Washington on the clock. Bengals be next, and the Saints. Just a few picks from the Falcons again. Which way would they go? And yes, he's still out there. Branch. You got to think he's going to go soon. This would be a storybook for the Falcons if they could get him at that pick, if they're even interested. But there are a lot of teams in between them that need receiver. Some have already selected them, so that may help them. The Bengals, though, are one of those in the next pick after the Washington, the Dolphins as well. We'll see. I got to be honest, I would not be surprised if the Falcons didn't trade back a pick or two, if somebody was willing to dance to pick up another pick. I think they feel like they can get things they're looking for. If they only drop back 3 or 4 picks, I think they would do it and pick up. If that was to happen, I think they would take that offer. They don't have many picks. They need them. But, boy, it would make – if Branch was there and they traded back, boy, they would be hot. Washington needs wide receiver, offensive line, safety, edge, linebacker. We're in a commercial break. And let's look at their needs or what they've done so far. And it's only 1 pick so far. Linebacker Sonny Styles, a great pick out of Ohio State. Number 1, first round rather, 7th pick. They have 7 picks in this draft. This is also the 7th pick in the round. Number 71. Which way do they go? We shall see. Saints will be next after the Bengals, then the Browns, then the Dolphins. Still 5-3. Braves got out of that inning. There's 1 out. Meza's on the mound. It's ball 2 to Yastrzemski. He's 0 for 3, now 2-1. There's 1 out. So the Braves need 3 outs. Close this game out. In the top of the inning, be nice getting an insurance run. We'll see. Braves have been really good at hitting the home runs this year. I like what they've done basically with everything. They've done a good job. They still have some injuries they need to get back. I still think they need another bat and another starter. They've got one that should be coming back, so we'll see. Washington, wide receiver, offensive line, safety, edge, and linebacker. They got the linebacker. What do they go for here? Still in commercial. No chance of getting the pick. My wife is watching the draft. The Braves had us on a blackout. We don't have Braves vision yet. I need to take care of that. She loves to watch them. I need to make sure that happens. But she likes football. My wife loves football, loves the Georgia Bulldogs. She'll watch any football game. She's watching the draft as well. We'll see. 2 hours, 42 minutes into the show. Thank you for being here. Give us a like, follow, share if you're not already doing that. It'd be a big help to us. Again in the morning. And I missed some morning shows this week. I apologize. It's been a rough week. Missed some sleep. You're a caregiver, and sometimes I've just been wore out, up and down in the night. Just is what it is. You know, I'm not 20 anymore. I hate to admit that, but I'm not. But we're okay. But sometimes you're wore out, and I'm feeling that in my body as well. Here we go. Washington selection. I still don't like the commander's name. I think most people do not. What are we going to get? Well, they keep holding this. Nobody's announcing. It's like a hold. I think, remember Rippon? Is it Rippon? No, it was Theismann. The break. What a horrible play for him. Never the same. Joe Theismann. Well, they're still. I'm sure the Pittsburgh fans are like, come on, come on, come on. What's the delay here? It's hard to hear about them. There it is. Oh, they're going back through the history. Mark Rippon. I'm sure the Pittsburgh fans are like, come on. Really? Sometimes they get a little carried away with some of this right in the middle of the draft. Just like, come on. Let's just move on. You want your team to get up there and you're having to sit through this. You're like, come on. Remember the Hogs? Man, they were a powerhouse back in the day. I like some of the things they've done. He's still talking. God bless him. There it is, Antonio Williams, wide receiver, Clemson again. Red shirt junior, Antonio Williams. There's one of them wide receivers. Antonio is 5'11 and a half, 187 pounds. He's a bona fide ball player, they say, with good size and ability to make mischief when he totes the pigskin. He wrote that thing. Anyway, from Clemson. Bengals pick is in. There's the showing on the stage. The Saints are on the clock. And Zachariah was not picked. It's working out for the Falcons. This is where the Falcons will blow it with the fans. I know that the fans are not the picker. I know that it's up to the team. Matt Ryan's got a lot of input going on right now. But I don't know how you could not say that this would be a great pick for the Falcons if it got to them. But there's only, let's see, there's a few there. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 teams ahead of them. But some of them have already selected wide receivers, and yet don't mean you can't select another one. You can. This guy can take the lid off the top. The Falcons lack that. They need a speed burner. They need this guy. Great hands. He plays big in the moment. He's a tough kid. Tough young man. Saints are on the SC. Bengals took Tacario Davis, cornerback, Washington. Senior. Tacario Davis, cornerback from Washington. I think that's the first time we called them. To the Bengals. Bengals are a good team. This team, if they stay healthy, really should be a playoff team. There really should be nothing that should hold them back from being a playoff team. The injury bug has been what has really held them up. This is a good team. The Saints are on the clock. The Saints pick is in. The Browns are on the clock. And when we look at the Saints, of course, Jordan Tyson and then Christian Miller, that Georgia defensive tackle, so far in the draft until now, could they be looking at cornerback, edge, or offensive lineman? Showing the highlights for Tacario. Oh, the Giants have made a trade. They've moved up. Doggone it. I don't like the look of this for the Falcons. What have they done? We're waiting on info. So far, they took Reese, the offensive tackle, Colton Hood, cornerback. This could be the receiver. Oh, they went tight end from the university. The Saints did from Georgia. Oscar Dell. That's the one of the ones I was talking about. He's still growing, still learning. Great hands, good speed. Tight end. The Giants are on the clock. They need a receiver. This could be the spot, but Georgia does get the tight end going to the Saints. Doggone it. Taking all my Georgia players over to the Saints. This is a good kid, Georgia, a state of Georgia player. Family loved Georgia. It was a dream come true to play there. 6'4", 7'8", 245. He's still mature. His best is ahead of him. I really believe that. He's done some good things at Georgia. I thought it would be even more. But you can see the ability he has. This is really good for their young quarterback there. He'll do the hard work. Georgia expects, some of the great teams do, their people to get out and block. But he'll line up all over the field. Oscar Dell. Way to go. To the Saints. I just take that. The Saints they did go offense, but they went tight end. The Giants pick is in. They moved up for this pick. The Dolphins are on the clock. Then the Steelers, Buccaneers, Colts. And then, yes, the Falcons. The Giants pick is in. Yeah, you should be clapping Saints leadership, Georgia players. You got these white hoodies on. It looks funny. It looks like a doctor's conference. Tennis. Doctors out playing tennis somewhere or something. All right, the Giants did go wide receiver, but Malachi Fields, from Notre Dame senior, it's playing out well. The Dolphins are on the clock. Then the Steelers, Buccaneers, Colts. Then the Falcons. Zachariah has got to be steaming. This kid has as much talent. I'm telling you, he's a very talented kid. Tough. I get him. I understand. Malachi is 6'4", 218. He's a big man. I get it. No shot at him. Dolphins on the clock. Braves are in the top of the ninth. Can they get the 3 outs? Turner's up at bat. Suarez, the closer, while Iglesias is on the DL or IL, whatever they call it. Turner will be up. Malachi Fields to the Giants. Dolphins on the clock. 30 receptions, 630 yards, 5 TDs in 2025, they say. Very nice. Very, very nice. They're still on the clock. Dolphins are taking, well, they got 152. They're using all the clock. There's Malachi family. Dolphins, Steelers, Bucks, Colts, Falcons. As we work our way towards the halfway point of the round. Very nice. Commercial break, of course. Gives us a chance to check on some baseball. The Orioles are now 10-3 over the Sox. Oh, my goodness. Sox are getting blowed out. No other changes. 5-3 Tigers over the Reds. 8-6 still Cleveland Blue Jays. Angels and Royals. It's 5-3 Royals. They need to win bad. They've only got 8 of them. Pirates 6-0 over the Brewers. Nationals and the Sox are tied now. The White Sox tied. The Athletics still 6-1 over the Rangers. Yankees 6-2 over the Stros. Mariners 3-2 over the Cardinals. Cubbies will be coming on in about 25 minutes with the Dodgers from Dodger Stadium. Probables are Italian against Sheehan. Then the Marlins and the Giants. The finals in. Rockies beat the Mets. The Mets are 9-17, 4-3. Lorenz in the win. Sensatella, the save. The Rays beat the Twins 6-2. Rasmussen the win. Baker the save. So there'll be a lot of finals coming up here. There's a lot of teams in the 8th and 9th inning, and then several that are in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. There's quite a few in the 9th inning, though. The Braves are one of those. Oh, there is a runner on base. There's no outs. It's 2-2 to Schwarber. He struck him out. Wow, Schwarber's got to be ticked. Oh, that was Lofton. I'm sorry, Schwarber. I'm looking at the. I looked at the wrong one. The screen jumped. Schwarber is 0 for 4, not with 2 Ks. It is. No, I think he did strike out. Yeah, Harper's up. So there's an out runner on first, so he did strike out or fouled flat out. Harper's 1 for 4. Home run, RBI run, 2 Ks. So we'll see. Braves need 2 outs right through the heart of the order. Well, we will see. It's 10-3, top of the 9th. The Red Sox are giving it a run. I mean, they do have the bases loaded, but they need that to happen like 3 times. Nobody out. Narvaez at the plate. All right, the pick is in for the Dolphins. The Steelers are on the clock, waiting on the TV to catch up. Then the Bucks, Colts, then the Falcons. Anticipation builds. Dolphins. They've been sitting, sound like they've been on there for 10 minutes. The Miami Dolphins. Caleb Douglas, another wide receiver, Texas Tech senior. Zachariah Falls Moore. He is 6'3.5", 206. Long, slender outside target with good production, but uneven tape. So Zachariah says, you check this out when I get there. Steelers, or the pick is in. The Buccaneers are on the clock, then the Colts, then the Falcons. I cannot believe that he has fell this far. Surely not for the reasons that he got arrested for standing on a sidewalk. Come on. There's the Caleb Douglas. Got to get all that out of the way before Steelers can announce their pick. The Steelers, who kind of messed up in the first round, Did better in the second. What do they do in the third? We shall see. Showing the highlights for Caleb Douglas. Again, gotta get through all the motions here. There are 2 outs in the Braves. There's 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes on Marsh. Suarez gave up a hit. Okay, he gave up a walk. No earned runs yet. It's 2 strikes on Marsh. It was 1 for 4. Can he close this game out? He's getting in danger. They're up 5-3. 1 swing, and they Braves will be batting him about the end and losing at the moment. Can he do it? Steelers. Come on, let's move. Steelers allowed the league worst 174 points in the fourth quarter. All right. Waving those towels. Some great Steelers players throughout their history. I loved them all. From the University of Georgia, Hines Ward is one of my favorites. Think about all those great Steeler defenses. Lynn Swan, Bradshaw, Franco Harris. Sad stories, too. The center, I think it was, who had, all the problems because of the concussions. At one point was living under a bridge. What a rough end for a 4-time Super Bowl. All right, the Braves did win. It's 5-3 win. Nice. Oh, the quarterback, Drew Allar, Penn State. They did need a quarterback, senior. This young man was talked about quite a bit. Third round was a spot they were talking about. Some of these picks coming in. The Arkansas quarterback will be considered next. Steelers have done a nice job. Some people are going to question that first round pick. This is a very talented quarterback right here. Drew Allar, Penn State, senior. Packers have now traded up, and the pick is in, and the Colts are on the clock, and then the Falcons. The Packers have traded up. There's the brain trust. Looks like he's a good sized kid, 6'5", 228. He carries his weight well because he's so tall. Nice touch on the ball. Packers making some good moves. They did get the center, even though other fans wasn't liking that. Career record 26-9. Penn State fans will be happy. He's close to home. Packers pick is in. Colts are on the clock. Then the Falcons. Will he be there? Will Georgia fans be mad once again at the Atlanta Falcons? As I'm telling you, they have a needed wide receiver, and it looks like he's going to be sitting there for them to take. And this will be where the fans once again will say, if they don't take him, see, I told you. They just won't draft Georgia players. They finally did draft one last year. But they have almost, it's amazing right there, right up the road from Athens. And they've skipped over some tremendous players. Yes, they've got some other really good players, but they have passed on some players from Georgia that shocked Georgia fans, especially when things didn't work out right. He's a Steeler. Okay, let's see where he's got. Packers pick is in. We're waiting on the announcement. showing the different positions, males top and best. Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, Missouri, another Missouri player, senior to the pack. Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, McClellan. The Colts pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock. If the Colts don't take a receiver, this is interesting. So very interesting. You know, they picked up the Georgia player C.J. Allen. It's the only pick they've had in this draft. And they traded back some. Boy, oh boy. The pick is in. As we said, the Falcons are on the clock. Listed needs: wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback, which they grabbed, Avion Terrell, the brother of A.J. Terrell, and linebacker. What do the Falcons do? They do need an offensive lineman, but I'm telling you, if they skip Branch, they're going to get thrashed in the media in Atlanta by the fans and probably even the sports guys. This guy, again, it's not just a run-of-the-mill receiver. This guy has top speed, good hands. He's a gamer. He can blow coverages and help out some of those good receivers they've got working underneath. The Colts pick is in. There's a lot of putting on the Pittsburgh hat. I guess that's Dad over there pushing on him. What a moment. These are cool scenes. That's a cool scenes. And a commercial. Every time we get the Falcons, there's always a commercial right before them. Every single time. Come on, man. I love it, though. This is a lot of fun. Very cool stuff. We don't have a whole lot of people here listening, but I thank you for those who are. Hope you get something out of it. I'm having fun, if nothing else. We got a few picks to go through. More than a few. They should go pretty quickly, though. They're right around the halfway mark through the round. Way more than halfway through tonight's picks. I already picked all of the second round. Now we're halfway through the third round. Just about. Anxiety building. Who do the Falcons take? Ravens are coming up. Jaguars, Vikings, Panthers, Bucks, Steelers again. Chargers, Dolphins, Jaguars again. Bears again. 49ers, Raiders again. Cowboys coming up. The Rams, Dolphins again. Patriots again. Seahawks, Vikings again. Wow. Steelers again and the Jaguars again. Got a lot of multiple picks in this round by a few teams. It's the only pick the Falcons have in this round. And if the Colts have not selected Zachariah Branch from the University of Georgia, he's sitting there. It is a need. You can't buy speed, but you can draft it. This kid has top-end speed. I've watched him. There were times they didn't see him wide open. We got to wait for the commercials. The political commercials are up for Georgia. It's that silly season. It's a necessary thing. I take it serious. I always vote. But sometimes you're like, no more political. It just wears you out. It comes to my phone every day, multiple times a day. It's in my emails. It's on the TV, radio. There's another one. He's from my area. You're probably not seeing that on your end, but all right, back to the draft. The Colts. Falcons have had a lot of time to pick. 79th pick, 15th in the round, 79th overall. As soon as the Colts say their pick, Falcons will probably show that they have a pick. We shall see. Been a while since a running back's been taken too. Interesting. No punters, no kickers thus far in the draft. Around the third round is when you start seeing some of that. You got to be careful not select them too early. But sometimes there's just somebody out there, they're just so good, you can't hardly ignore them. All right. Pat's back. It's the Colts. I think he's great because he brings a lot of energy. He's the biggest goofball ever, Pat McAfee. He's extremely successful. He's fun to watch, but he's like a grown adolescent. He'll never grow up. And it's absolutely great to put him and Saban together on the Saturday show. I mean, he'll do anything. He's shocked. He's always like, uh-oh. What the heck just happened? The Colts took A.J. Halsey, LSU, safety senior. Falcons are on the clock. The pick is in. The Ravens are on the clock. Well, he was up there running his mouth. So A.J. Halsey from LSU to the Colts. Falcons pick is in. The moment of truth. But yeah, Pat McAfee is just, he's that kind of guy. People are going to love him or hate him. There's no in between. It's perfect. He brings something to ESPN that they've been lacking. They've got some good people. They got some that are not that good, I think. But he is definitely not shy in the room. He's funny. All that stuff he does at those college game days at the stadiums, classic. Getting him in was smart because of losing. Obviously for most of them, they're the coach and his picks and everything. I think it's brought something. And again, it was a genius to put him and Saban together there. They're eating it up. They're both they work off each other really funny. I think it's loosened Saban up a little bit. I mean, when you're around a guy like that, you got to speak up more. And he did it. Zachariah Branch to the Atlanta Falcons. Georgia fans are cheering. This Georgia fan is cheering. Absolute need for this team. He is absolutely fast. They finally did it. The fans are going to be rolling out with heart attacks all over the state of Georgia. I mean, I can't believe it. I really figured they'd mess this up. They've redeemed themselves in my eyes somewhat. They have made so many mistakes. Matt Ryan, thank you. I think you have a lot to do with this. You are bringing some knowledge to that war room. You're holding blank back. Look at this. I can't believe they did it. Absolutely killer. Again, he is not the biggest guy, but he plays big all over the field. He has speed beyond speed. This guy, he's just a football player. 5'8", he's not that big, 177 pounds. He absolutely can just go. He transferred into Georgia. So we get to see some highlights of him from Cali. And then just watch him work. I mean, the guy, look at the moves. He plays tough, takes the hit. I mean, this is absolutely what they needed. They've got all those other receivers. Look at this. I remember that play very well. This was a tight game, and he absolutely got them down the field in this game. And if you're watching ESPN, you're seeing it. Again, great hands. He occasionally drop one, but he has great hands. Got that Falcons hat on. He did have the thing right before the draft. It was stupid. Maybe it was. I think the cop probably overreacted somewhat. I get it. They have a job to do. He didn't like. I don't think it should have led to arrest, but I wasn't there. I expect those charges will probably be dropped, pay a fine or something. He didn't do anything other. He stood on the sidewalk. He didn't move enough or quick enough when they wanted to. In the report, it says that he gave a smirk. Again, I always try to show respect. This was bars letting out. So, and while excitement by showing that, wide receiver Jacoby Lane to the Ravens from USC Junior. The Jaguars are on the clock. Then the the Vikings. I couldn't believe it. Falcons actually drafted pretty high up in the draft a Georgia player. Georgia fans will be happy. Thank you, Matt Ryan. This would not have happened, I do believe, without his influence in that room. He knows as a quarterback the need. He's watched this kid. He's astute. He really is a smart guy. He's a heady guy. He loves Atlanta. He loves the team. He wants to see them do well. Yeah, we got some new coaches. This is a guy that will be exciting. He's a game breaker. He's gonna catch tough catches to he will win games for you. Listen, the wide receiver room is not empty. The Jaguars are on the clock. Another move. The pick is in. The Vikings, or the pick is in for the Jaguars. The Vikings are on the clock. So there's been another move. See the Jaguars get listing linebacker, edge, defensive line, offensive line, safety. Then the Vikings. Showing Jacoby Lane. A lot of receivers going now. It's deep draft in receiver room. The Falcons have. And the Falcons have a good. They brought in some talent, brought back some talent that they had. So when you look at that depth chart, of course, the great London. He has been that's been a great pick for them. Johan Dotson was brought in. They've got Devin Tompkins, Dylan Drummond, Chris Blair. Kind of the depth chart there for some of Zacchaeus was brought back. He will play the other position with Casey Washington backing up. But I'm telling you, this kid's going to play a lot. Of course, Kyle Pitt's still there with Austin Hooper, who was brought back. Charlie Warner. They got a lot of tight ends. Of course, they lost a guy on the line that they need to address that next. I like the pick. I think it was needed. I think they needed on many levels. Jalen Walker, they did get last year. And, of course, the question will be, does Pierce get suspended? All charges dropped. They're working out the deal. I like Xavier Watts at free safety. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, Albert Regis, defensive tackle, A&M. To the Jags, the Vikings are on the clock. Panthers, Buccaneers, Steelers, Chargers, Dolphins, Jaguars again, Bears again, 49ers, Raiders, Cowboys. Some of the picks that are coming up. So we'll see. Defensive tackle takes them. Still no kickers. And the question will be, will another quarterback be selected before the end of this round? There is another one. Tremendous talent. I do believe there is one team and one team only the rest of this round that might consider it. Since the Steelers have already got theirs, I think there's one team that would consider it. And that would be the Dolphins. So we'll see. Vikings on the clock. Any more? Let's see if there's any more finals. Of course, the Orioles trounced the Red Sox. Cleveland over the Blue Jays is a final. Rockies over the Mets final, we said. Rays over the Twins was a final. Just the Braves got the Phillies 5-3. The Pirates 6-0 over the Brewers. There's some other games. The Cubbies will be first pitch any moment. The Nationals and White Sox are in the ninth. It's 5-4 White Sox. And some others in the seventh and eighth inning. So we'll see. And another commercial. Got to pay them bills. It just seems like they go to them quite a bit. I thought they would wait a little bit. A couple of long shows for us. I've enjoyed doing it. Of course, on Sunday, we will be going live for the race. That'll be a long show as well. We might break it up in the middle. We'll see. Talladega. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Try to get our pet show in on Sunday. I don't know. Miss Jen's been moving. I've had a lot going on. We'll try our best. I'll reach out to her tomorrow. We will be live Sunday morning in the Word. Tomorrow morning, Cornbread Man and Biscuit Boy morning show. Have a big turnout for that. It's a good time slot for us at 8:30 on Saturday morning. We usually have some funny things that we get into as well as serious. And then we'll probably do one more show. So we'll see. We're at the 18th pick in the third round of the 2026 NFL Draft from Pittsburgh. Jaguars will have the last pick in this round unless they move it. I'm interested to see what the Cowboys do. I like what they did early on. I definitely have liked what they did early on. For once, I do believe they're letting things play out the way they should. Caleb Downs, a safety. They went and got the edge of Malachi Lawrence. I mean, I just think that they're not going for the splash play. They're getting the needs they have. They're already a really good team. I don't know if I'd say great, but a dangerous team that could win the whole thing, without a doubt. Vikings pick is in. The Panthers are on the clock. Still waiting. Commercial. Another player the Falcons lost was they lost a good backup running back, but they were really good to bring in Brian Robinson Jr. I think that was a great move as well to back up Bajan. They got Tyler Goodson and Nathan Carter as well in that room. I think they've got to work on this offensive line a little bit. They did make the trade on defensive line. They put together I think they've got a nice defense. Kickers Folk, punters Bailey. So this team move forward? It was not a good year for them last year. They expected to do more. They need to really step up. Be a lot of excitement. Here comes the pick. Dominique Orange, defensive tackle, Iowa State, senior. Dominique Orange. Panthers pick is in. Buccaneers on the clock. Dominique. Of course, I grew up liking Dominique Wilkins. His son Gerald didn't do as well. But an interesting player. He had a good college career. Not so much pro. Dominique, the human highlight reel, does a lot of announcing now. Man, could that boy dunk. Oh. That boy can really dunk. I mean, he had a good college career and a really great. I don't know that he was ever the great defender, but he was known as a human highlight reel for a reason. Never the greatest of shooters, but he could shoot. But I'll give him the ball one-on-one situation and watch him go. Panthers. Teams, they're doing a split screen here. They're out there excited, waiting for that commercial to quit. Panthers are up and coming. They've shown me they've turned the corner. They've done real well with what they had. It took a while. It was embarrassing there for a while. This was always a tough team. They looked like they were getting knocked around the field by everybody. So they went out and got their quarterback from Alabama. There were some players that may moved on. But they have started, it looks like, the whatever plan they have. And they just went and got Chris Brazzell, the second wide receiver from Tennessee. Redshirt junior. Give them some weapons on the offensive side of the ball. This guy's so happy he don't even know they got yet. Maybe Maybe he had announced it. I don't know. It looks like he's probably well into a 12 pack. 6'4", almost 200. This is a really strong pick for them. He didn't get the publicity a lot of players got. It's a really good receiver. I know we played against him, and I watched all these guys. You can see he can make the tough catch. There he is against Georgia. Got some speed, got away, caught back up. Used his body, stayed on the ball, got it, went in for the touchdown. Well, I remember that play too. I was upset with that defender. Really a bad play on that one. Should have turned it around. He could have intercepted, but it was not the greatest of passes. It was on the line, but the defender was there. He closed back up. Now receiving TDs in 2025, 1,017 yards. Second in the SEC. He's going to be a big catch kind of guy. The Panthers need that. The Buccaneers pick is in. The Steelers on the clock. Steelers fans will go wild. Nice draft so far by the Panthers. Again, just trying to get younger and better and get some weapons. The owner is still not liked by most. He has said some bird brain things, controversial things. But that would be true of probably about the third of the league. There's some real dummies out there. They just got a lot of money. And they're like that in every sporting, whether it's basketball, football, but it doesn't matter. There are some real dummies. I mean, you're thinking, how in the world they ever make money? They're just weird people. They say dumb things. They got bad haircuts. But they got that money. And sometimes it's questionable how they made the money. Some people say they stepped on people on their way up. Very possible. It's been said about many. What's the old expression? Oh man, I can't think of the word now, slumlord. Some of them made their way in real estate. And let's just say they didn't really take care of properties and overcharged for what they had, and that's how they built there's some people out there that there's a truth. Buccaneers pick his in, Steelers on the clock, Chargers will be next. Dolphins, Jaguars, Bears making our way through. 36 picks this round. We're on number 20. We're making right. If they just quit playing the commercials as much as they are, we'd have been done. Come on, guys. It started at 7. It's 10:22. We need to get this in. Let's go. It seems like we've started dragging a little bit. I mean, it seems like they've picked up the commercial pace. I cannot believe that McCoy is still out there for Tennessee. It's unbelievable. If he's not selected before the end of this round, it's a crime. That's a good player. I know people need cornerbacks. And that political ad has ran 3 times in the last 20 minutes. Not the prime time they're getting, or prime viewing, not really prime time, but prime viewing. Tillery for Georgia. Lieutenant Governor. I've seen his ad, I bet, 100 times over the last few days. I've watched a little football and shows and stuff with my wife, and that has showed so many times, especially during the NFL draft. Crazy. Crazy. All right. It is now 12-2. The Yankees over the Astros in the bottom of the 7th. The Yankees bats are on fire. 12-2. Home runs for the Yankees. What's funny? Oh yeah, here we go. McMahon, Chisholm, Cabello, and Rice. RBIs, Stanton, McMahon, Grisham, Chisholm, Valero Rice. Wow. They have rocked it. They've just scored 4 in the seventh. They are still at bat with nobody on. I don't know. Maybe it is Houston. Yeah, Houston is at bat. Okay. But the Yankees scored 4 in the top of the inning. There you go. Buccaneers. Picking now. Bada bing, bada boom. Then the Steelers. Ted Hurst, wide receiver, Georgia State. Senior. Another wide receiver. Told you it was deep. This guy snuck under some people's radar. 6'3", 206. Georgia State is a coming team, I'm telling you. They big enrollment there. All that Atlanta talent right there. They're right in the heart of Atlanta. Competing with Tech and Georgia and others. Exciting. They get them an NFL pick. Tells recruits, hey, they got something going on here. The Buccaneers believe in it because they just selected him with the 20th pick in the third round, number 84 overall. Steelers pick is in. Browns are on the clock. So we'll see. I say the old Oklahoma quarterback's liking this. Nice draft for them. I hate that because they compete against the Falcons. Well, when the Falcons are somewhat of an opponent. Steelers pick is in. Which way do they go? This team. So far, of course, the offensive linemen they're not happy about. They got Bernard, Alabama, the second pick. The quarterback in the third. With the 12th pick, with the 21st pick. Which way do they go? Waiting on that. Here comes the pick. It is, the quarterback from Georgia, Dalen Everett. It's a big corner from Georgia, senior. This guy made some big plays. This is a perfect pick for the Steelers and their schemes they play. This is absolutely not just because of Georgia. This guy is a big talent. It is a great place for him to go. To the Pittsburgh Steelers, by way of Georgia, Dalen Everett. Watch some of these highlights. This guy, from freshman on, I mean, he was playing big. The Browns are on the pick is in for the Browns. The Dolphins are on the clock. Here's some highlights. 6'1", 196. He absolutely won some games for Georgia with his play. See, nice breakout. Got the interception. So he turns well. He can also do that. Nice hit on the blitz. Very nice. It's a good pick by Steelers. And I like seeing these Georgia players go. They're hard workers. Georgia gets their players ready for the NFL. They're absolutely one of the teams that's ahead of the curve on this. The NFL teams will tell you they like drafting Georgia players. And the Browns have selected Austin Barber, offensive tackle from Florida, senior. Dolphins pick is in. The Jaguars are on the clock. We're rolling through picks now. That is a nice draft. You got to give the Steelers. Fans might be mad about that first pick, and they may never get over that. Since somebody traded up ahead of them. It happens. Nice draft. Austin Barber, that tackle. The Dolphins pick is in. Jaguars on the clock. We got to get this pick in. At least they sped up a little bit. Somebody said, hey, it's already 10:30 on the East Coast. We need to get moving here. Austin Barber, Cleveland. Maybe for the rest of the round, they won't have all these groups coming out. 6'6", 318. They're going quickly to the video. I think they know they got to pick up the pace here a little bit. It still baffles me, and I'm glad. It baffles me why Florida isn't better than they are. They have some of the best recruiting classes out there. All that talent in Florida. And they went through several coaches, and the talent levels does not fall off. And they just suck. I mean, it's unbelievable. I know Florida fans got to be mad about it. Browns have had a big draft so far. That adds to it. Dolphins pick us in. Jaguars. Then the Bears. Then the 49ers. We're clicking along here. Maybe next year. Guys has on his back. That's pretty funny. With the tall boy. The Dolphins pick us in. Let's go. Here we go. I like this. We're clicking now. Here we go. The selection will take Merritt, Ohio State, tied in. 6'5", 261. So there you go. Jaguars on the clock. Bears next. Zipping through the round now. Jaguars pick is in. Bears on the clock. 49ers next. It's funny. You can tell they stepped on the gas. It's like they were really dragging there. It was like a bunch of commercials they need to get in or something. They're rolling right now. They don't bog it back down. A lot of picks for the Dolphins thus far. Jaguars pick is in. Bears on the clock. Which way do the Bears go? Been addressing needs so far. We still haven't seen a lot of running backs selected. We've seen a few. Not a lot of running backs. No special teams of any kind. Players that will probably play, could play, return men. But no special teams. Quarterbacks being picked is picked up. Tight ends have really escalated. Wide receivers have been heavy in this round. So we'll see. 49ers, the Bears are on the clock. Waiting on the Jaguars. 49ers, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins again. Then the Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings back to back. Steelers again, the Jaguars again. Wow. So these teams are able to address many needs right in the meat of the draft. This is where they say, not the first round, not the second round, but the middle of the draft, they say, is where the teams either win it or lose it. This is where champions are made in these rounds. So we will see. Of course, they had to go back to commercial and slow it down. They can't help themselves. They oversold. I guess they've oversold. All right. Take a lot of time to analyze this. Of course, there's several rounds to go tomorrow. Those picks will come in really fast. 2 minutes, I think, is the limit on the clock. They will be rapid fire starting around 12, I believe. from Pittsburgh. I would love to be at the draft and be in the inner. I'd love it. I'm that kind of guy. I love stuff like that. I would love it. I was going to say earlier, a long time ago, I almost forgot. One of the thrills of my life was being at, me and Cook was at the Legends of the NFL, quarterbacks, legends of the NFL. At that time, I mean, all these Hall of Famers and stars, and some that were, really good players, like Daddy White for the Cowboys. We met him. And we met like Jim Plunkett, Steve Bartkowski, players have been around, have done a lot of things. But my thrill was I didn't want to stand in line and spend all my time there waiting to get the autograph of a legend. And they had two of the greatest Hall of Famers there at the quarterback position. But what I did, they kind of had them on. They had their tables like maybe 10 feet apart, maybe 20, and the lines were running through this place. Well, I just went up in the middle there and I just listened to them as they talked. I thought the line is so long, I'll never get up here before they stop anyway. And it was fairly expensive, and I was trying to buy some memorabilia as well. I thought I can't buy that. Emmanuel Pregnon, he's been out there for a bit. Safety, Oregon. Guard. My eyes are not working. 6'4", 314. That'd be a heck of a safety. But anyway, got to hear Bart Starr and Johnny Unitas. I just listened to them. They'd look over once in a while, kind of shake their head, and I just want to hear the man speak in person. I didn't get in the way. I wasn't in their personal space. It was just something about it. I thought, here I am. These men are the legends of the game. And I never got to see them play live. And I'm sitting here listening to them talk. Forget the autograph. That autograph was written in my brain and my heart. That was better than anything, having them scribble on something. Just standing there listening to these men talk and just absorbing it all in. Can I tell you today all the things they said? No. It was fascinating. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver LSU, senior, to the Bears. Still a run on receivers. 49ers pick is in. Raiders on the clock. Cowboys will be next, then the Rams. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver LSU, to the Bears. Right before that, the Jaguars get Emmanuel Pregnon, guard, Oregon, who I call a safety. I mean, my progressive just didn't work on that load. I was looking up at the TV. Should be looking over here. Senior. A lot of seniors right now. The Cowboys. Let's see, the Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jaguars. That'll be so we have double picks here going on. Or second and third picks in some cases. 49ers pick is in. Raiders on the clock. There's Xavier Thomas from LSU. LSU always has good receivers. Big, fast. I mean, if Georgia's running back you or tight end you, the LSU is definitely receiver you. One of them. Not the only one. But when you think of LSU on offense, you always think of those big, fast receivers, all the ones that's been in the NFL, many of them stars. Some have had really nice careers. Some didn't make it to be star. It's shocking because they were so good in college. And we'll see the 49ers pick is in. Raiders are waiting. Kaleon Black, Indiana senior, running back. There's that running back. Kaleon Black, running back, Indiana senior to the 49ers. Well, they do have injury problems there sometimes with a great running back. Raiders are on the clock. The Cowboys are next. Then the Rams, Dolphins, Patriots. I love it. They're announcing now for Mr. Black from Indiana. Congratulations, young man. rich get richer. He's a good back. Look at that, 211, 5'10", bowling ball, battering ram. I watched him playing some of those games. Look at that, nice move, some good speed. Prototypical. I mean, that looks like an NFL running back. And he doesn't have to come in and expected to be the starter or anything. Good vision, good cutback, big thighs. Nice player, compact, very solid. Raiders are on the clock. My pick is not in. The Cowboys will be next. I love it. Still can't believe the Falcons actually selected the Georgia player. I'm shocked. Absolutely shocked. It blows my mind that they actually would do that. It's crazy. Can the Falcons finally be turning things around? Don't believe it. They'll let you down. Raiders. They got their quarterback. They're on a commercial right now. And the Raiders, so far, 3 picks. Fernando Mendoza, of course, number 1. Trendon Stukes, safety. 2nd round, 3rd round. Kieran Crawford, edge, Auburn. Do they go? Maybe get a player for him to throw to. A lot of running receivers right now. We'll see. The pick is in. The Cowboys are on the clock. Just waiting for the commercial to end. Then it'll be the Rams, Dolphins, Patriots. Raiders do list wide receiver as a need. And there is still, I know he's coming off an injury, but McCoy. So we'll see. He's the number 1 on the board for Mel. The pick is in. Doggone commercial. So we'll see. The Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders. Interesting field they have too. I like what they've done there. They can roll it out and put sun on it. If it's raining very rarely, they can bring it in. I mean, I don't think there's another stadium like that that's like that with their field in the NFL. I don't think, not even close. They really have put a lot of designs into some of these that are way different. The Falcons did too. It took them a while to get that mastered, but they finally got it. Overcost. I mean, my goodness. It went way over budget. And I mean way over. So we'll see. I'm going to try to make it to the end here. It's getting late. Thank you for being here, stopping by. If you stop by, just say, hey, you're stupid. That's fun. That's okay. You at least stop by. We get that sometimes. Reminds me of the Cooper song. Hey, stupid. All right, we're back. The pick is in. The Raiders. Which way do they go? I kind of think they'll go defense, but maybe they go receiver here. We'll see what they say. He's got to say a few words. Matt Millen, 4-time Super Bowl champion. Come on, dude. Just say the picks, man. We save that for the speech circuit. All right, center from Texas A&M, Trey Zune III, senior. Well, they got to get somebody to protect him, so we got him a center from Texas A&M. Cowboys pick is in. The Rams are on the clock. We're almost there. Cowboys pick should come in pretty quick. They'll do like 2 or 3, then they'll go to commercial. So we'll probably get to the Dolphins, and then it'll be a hold. Then we'll get to the Seahawks or Vikings, it'll be another hold. And then they'll get to the last pick and hold again. The Cowboys. 66312 for Zoom. Trey. Cowboys. They're waiting on the video shots to close. I've had people been watching the draft or showing some of these videos, and they don't know who they pick. And they'll be showing a guard or a center or somebody opening up a big run, and somebody walk in and go, "Is that the guy we got? The guy, the running back?" No. The Raiders are all clapping. Even if you don't want to, you got to clap. The owner's sitting there, some coaches, all coaches are not happy with all picks. Huge disagreement. Offense against the defense. They're all fighting for what they need. They want their units to be the best. All right, the Cowboys are coming to the podium. Who we got? We'll probably have another speech now. It's the Cowboys. Oh, yeah, I brought 2 men out this time. It is Jaysean Barham, edge, Michigan, senior. Jaysean Barham, edge for Michigan. Rams are on the clock. Dolphins next, then the Patriots. Jaysean Barham, edge, Michigan, senior. Rams up. Rams pick is in. Dolphins on the clock. That'll be the Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings. We're almost there. Six 3.5, 240. Bring in that pass rush. The Rams pick is in. Well, they shocked some people in the first round. They went quarterback with Simpson. The only other pick they've had is the tight end Max Clary from Ohio State. They do not have a 4th or 5th round pick. They have 6 and 3 7s. Unless they do a trade, this pick needs to work. Primo area of the draft. The pick is in. Cowboys fans are happy, hopefully. They've done a nice job. I think the Cowboys have. Said that last night. They're addressing needs. It's a good team already. Don't got to reinvent the wheel. But the window is closing. They've got to keep pushing. Here comes the Rams spokesperson making the walk like a boss. With the 29th pick in the 3rd round, the LA Rams select Keegan Trost, offensive tackle, Missouri, senior. Keegan Trost, offensive tackle. Missouri again. Good showing by Missouri. We knew they had gotten better. The Dolphins pick is in. The Patriots are on the clock. There's going to be at least 2 to 3 more commercials. Again, it has a very workmanlike feeling in this draft. It's not a lot of drama, but just a little bit. No real big splashes except maybe one, and I wouldn't even call that one. No crazy stuff. I it feels like a very workmanlike draft so far. I think overall the grades will be pretty good. There's going to be a couple of teams going to get hit because of a reach and a miss, but overall I think the grades will be pretty fairly good for most teams. I think they'll be, you know, I think they'll score out well. I don't know that at this point anybody has an F, but there could be a D plus, depending on what they do the rest of the draft. There's a couple teams that really need to close out well because they haven't really hit the home run for even the needs yet. I think the Rams are one of those. The Rams was that a pick they needed to make at that point. Some people are going to really pick at that and look it over. No pun intended. They're going to pick it and pluck it, and say that was a bad move by the Rams. But you know what? You got to live with your picks, and that's what they said they wanted to do. Dolphins again. Seems like they've been up every other pick. They picked at number 23 and number 11. And there's third pick in the round for them. The pick is in. Patriots are up. Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jaguars, and that'll be it. And yes, a commercial. We're in the home stretch. And we'll see what happens with all those picks in rounds 4 through 7. And who will be the last pick in the draft. They always look at that. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it don't. There's the Manning brothers. I do like watching their show sometimes. I'll flip over from the regular announcers and watch them. They're goofy, funny. I like the way they pick at each other. Oh, Lord, more political ads. They're pouring it on. We got a lot of offices here in Georgia, and I'm in Georgia, so they're just pouring it on. They love all the money that's being spent. This one's for Burt Jones. For governor. Kemp has to move on. A lot of the southern states are changes at governor. I know Florida, Georgia, Alabama. 36 states in all, I think. Be sure you register to vote. Exercise your right to vote as an American. Another political ad. Will the Dolphins fans be happy with this draft so far for the Dolphins? I mean, they've had a lot of picks. Caden Proctor, I thought that was a really good pick. The guy's got a high ceiling. Chris Johnson, cornerback. Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker. Caleb Douglas, wide receiver. And then the next one, Chris Bell, wide receiver. They got wide receiver again. Louisville senior. Chris Bell. Another receiver pick. Wow. Patriots pick is in. Steelers on the clock. It's interesting how back-to-back picks like the Vikings do. Chris Bell. From Louisville. I think it's the first Louisville player, unless I'm wrong. I think that's the first one from Louisville in the draft. Don't remember them being announced before. 6'1", 222. Chris Bell. Now he needs some offense. Patriots, Steelers, Vikings. Just have a handful of picks left. The Patriots so far, I only have 2 picks. Kabe Lomu, the offensive tackle in the first round. Second round, Gabe Jackas, Edge, Illinois. I don't know that that's setting their fans on fire. But we'll see. Drafts are not decided on draft night, but in the games and years to come. So we'll see. Look at all them selections for the Dolphins. Wow. Patriots pick is in. Steelers on the clock. Vikings. Seahawks, Jaguars. 6 picks left. Pick is in. About time for them to take another commercial. I think they'll get one more in. The Patriots. Yes, they will. Pick is in. Big loss for Diggs. It just didn't quite work out. They have a nice team. Patriots. Who do you have? Eli Raridan, another tight end, Notre Dame, senior. You think about the Patriots, all the great tight ends they've had, and they've had some. Not a shock that they would want to stay there. The Steelers pick is in. The Vikings are on the clock for their first pick of these two at 33 and 34. 5 picks to go. Tight end. He looks like a Patriot. Steelers again. The fans will have one more chance to cheer, according to which way they go. In Pittsburgh, Steelers, as we approach 11 p.m. on the Eastern time zone, East Coast, baby. You on the West Coast, y'all got a few hours before you turn in, maybe. Not going to be long for me. 4 hours in almost. Longest show we've done in a while. I've enjoyed it. Steelers pick is in. Vikings on the clock. Still showing the tight end. And the golf clap in the draft room with that big, ugly Patriot symbol. Just kidding. If you like it, you like it. So let's see. Steelers. They're going to go on with a pick. We got to have one more break, though. They're going to break before these last 4 for sure. I predicted they would go in between the 2 Vikings picks, but we'll see. Ginnings Dunker. Ginnings Dunker. It sounds like a Steeler. A guard from Iowa, senior. Ginnings Dunker. Dude, this is the guy that's had the most wild hair I think I've seen thus far. Check the hair out. Ginnings. Vikings pick is in. The Vikings are on the clock. Yeah, you got to say that before. Ginnings. Look at that hair. Like I said, it looks and sounds like a Steeler. And yes, about names, I would love to know that. And back, look at this guy. He looks like a guy in the trenches. He really does. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my TV shut off. I thought I was not watching, but I am. We'll just shut it off. There we go. Vikings pick is in. Ginnings, by the way, is 6'5", 319, 3-year starter, pro-ready frame, but limited athleticism. He looks like that kind of guy. Is likely to push him inside the guard. He plays with average pad level, heavy hands, and upper body power to displace defenders if he plays a more consistent hand placement. His lateral quickness is average. His movements in space are mechanical, leading to difficulty making needed adjustments. You know what? They will take him and make him into something that will really work for them. It's the perfect pick for them. He will love being in Pittsburgh. I have no doubt. The problem will be, can he stay? Because I'm telling you, he looks like the kind of guy that will party down. Vikings pick is in. The Vikings are on the clock. Then the Seahawks and Jaguars. He's got the hair of the draft so far, though. You know, it's a lot of players. They had really short haircuts. And, you know, not hard to get the helmet on and off. Yenning says, "I'm going there. Red hair and all." What a name, Yenning. I'd love to know the background. Yenning's Dunker. There's got to be a story behind that. Vikings pick and on the clock. Seahawks, Jaguars. Yeah, they got a delay. This will be the 97th. We'll go through pick 100 for the draft by the end of this round. Very interesting. A lot to evaluate. Some teams, I think, probably did whiff versus what they picked and versus what they needed. Maybe reached a little fast. Some players dropped. There's going to be some questions on some of this. I mean, and you got to wonder. I mean, I know that you need linemen, but would the Steelers fans be happy that? I mean, they got a quarterback, so maybe they'll be happy about that. Will they be happy they went offensive line twice in this draft within 3 rounds? I don't know. I really don't know. Well, I think we lost LinkedIn, probably because we crossed the 4-hour mark, which I rarely do. This is like only a few times I've ever done that. 3, yes. 4, no. I don't think I've ever went over 4. Pick is in on the clock. Seahawks, Jaguars. A little bit of controversy in Minnesota. Comments made by the receiver, the all-star, the maybe future Hall of Famer, about them getting the quarterback they just brought in versus J.J. McCarthy. Kind of thing can blow up in your face a little bit. But J.J. didn't. He had some problems. They had Cousins for so long. And they were really playing this out. The Vikings. Thanks for staying with me. We've had a few faithfuls that have stayed in. We appreciate you. Late on a Friday night. Almost a Saturday morning. Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, Northwestern senior. Caleb Tiernan. They have their pick in for number 34. Seahawks are on the clock. Maybe let's go ahead and end these. Not run any more commercials. Let's see. Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, Northwestern senior. He is 6'7" and 5'8", 323 pounds. He's a highly experienced college tackle who is likely to kick inside due to a lack of length. It affects his projection. I like that. He is tall but carries the denseness of frame and core strength of a guard. Feet feature good initial quickness and takes excellent angles on the move. We'll see. Caleb Tiernan. Pick is in. Seahawks on the clock. Jaguars await the last pick in the round. 98, 99, 100. The boy comes in. Well, I needed that. I'm thirsty. Thirsty. Thank you. Appreciate you, bud. Jacoby Thomas, safety, Miami senior for the Vikings. So they go offensive tackle, go to the safety. Jacoby, 6'1", quarter, 211. 5th-year safety. But we'll see. Vikings working on that. Seahawks, the pick is in. The Jaguars are on the clock. It will end the round. Seahawks, Jaguars. Vikings go Caleb Tiernan and Jacoby Thomas. Offensive tackle, safety from Northwestern and Miami. The pick is in for the Seahawks. The Jaguars will close out the round. Love it. I don't know if you heard who the Falcons picked. Huh? No, I was wondering if you heard who the Falcons picked. Branch from Georgia. Believe that? They actually drafted a Georgia player. Yeah. Yeah. I tell you, Georgia fans love it. Yeah, he's good. I mean, we will miss him at Georgia. Julian Neal, cornerback, Arkansas senior. Julian Neal to the Seahawks, and the Jaguars are on the clock. Julian Neal, 6'1", 5'8", 203. He's a late blooming fifth year. A lot of these fifth-year cornerbacks with the size, length, and strength NFL teams desire for a press corner. His technique needs a little bit more work before he's game ready, so they'll work with him. Julian Neal, congratulations, young man. Jaguars, who you got for the last pick in the round? Don't forget, 8:30 in the morning. Quick turnaround. Cornbread Man and Biscuit Boy Morning Show. We've enjoyed this. We'll be back on location soon. I think Biscuit Boy will be in studio. I don't know. He might decide. He just said he would see me early. I think he'll come. I think for Saturday he'll come to the studio. So we'll be in the studio. Probably bring Howie. Howie, another member of the team. Jaguars on the clock. Jaguars on the clock. And they're trying this. Every time it gets the last pick, it tries to kick me to the next round. Did that last time. Jalen Husky, safety, Maryland, senior. 6'1" 1/4", 196. 3-year starter, split field safety with adequate size but deficient speed. He piled up the interceptions, showing his ball skills and instincts. They'll find a place for him. He's not a thumper, but he does his job near the line of scrimmage as a run defender. That's what you need. You can work with that. Jalen Husky, what a name. Safety, Maryland, senior. Congratulations to you, sir. The third round is complete in the 2026. Second and third round complete in the 2026 NFL draft. Tomorrow, going to the fourth round, the Bills, Raiders, Jets, Cardinals on the clock. The Falcons, I do not think have a pick in this. Well, they do, 22nd. It's one of the rounds. I don't think it's the 5th, 6th, or something like that. Falcons will be number 22. The Bills have 2 picks in this round. Cowboys have 2 picks in the round. The Chiefs have 2 picks in the round. Let me look at that again. The Bills actually have 3 picks in the 4th round. Interesting. Cowboys will be picking again. The Bills will kick it off. Round 4 and round 5. This may be where the Falcons don't have anybody. Yeah, they don't have a pick in that round. I think the 6th round either. Horrible draft management. Horrible. Yeah. No, actually, they're 34th in the round near the end, so they're going to be early and then waiting a long time. And then in the 7th round, the Cowboys will be second in that round. The Falcons do have one 15th. Bears got a couple 3 picks in the last round. Rams have about 4. Broncos have the last 2 picks in the 7th round. All right, we'll see you in the morning. Take care. God bless. Happy weekend. God bless America. Pray for the troops. It doesn't matter how anybody thinks about a war. We can always pray for the troops. Love the country. Pray for our leaders. Just pray we don't have to put any boots on the ground or something like that. All right. The Braves got the win. Nice way to kick off the series. The race will be on Sunday. We'll be covering that as well. Feel like a little NASCAR. Talladega, baby. You gotta represent. And we're out. Take care. Salute.